The depths of oneself, the recognition of possibly seeing what others see. When somebody says they don't like something about you or they don't like something about this, that, or the other thing, that you can actually go to the depths and see it. Although you might think it's ridiculous, it's a little too far down, there are depths, right? It's like oil and water. It is what it is, exactly like that. It's something that's nature like, right? So I believe that since we are part of that nature, whether it is within the element of electricity, water, which makes up our basic comportment of thought, like we don't know how thinking actually works other than dissecting how we think. So we can probably find out something that's constantly moving so fast we don't see it at all. It's like almost magic. We can't even imagine it. But just the expression of our thought and explaining it will sort of wave its way through. I'm not sure if everybody can understand this. It's just sometimes we don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we just don't get it. I was listening to Phil Donahue before, and so do I just do numbers? Do I just check out, hey, what are numbers? But what are numbers? What are they? Does anybody want to know what number one is, number two, and then go off into the search engines and look up, well, they said number one is all about this, and look what you can do to get number one, and 5 and 5 is 10, and 1 plus 0 is 1, or is another way, which way, how do we get 1? You know, how do we get 1? How do we get 1? And should I be reducing tens down to 1, or should I just leave it as 10? Why can't I leave 10, 11, and 12 and 13 like what they are, right? 13 is actually telling me more than one word, and it's a 10 is not even repeating one because I don't hear one. In fact, the first time I hear anything that's repeated in a double digit is when I get the 14. I say the 4 and then I say the teen. I don't say it at 15, but I do say it at 16. I say it again at 17, 18, and 19. So you can see that 10, unlike and never said as 1, interrupting and bringing on another area space. 10. We finished chapter 2.9, okay, 2.10, 2.11, right, etc. And then I went on to chapter what? I went on to the next chapter. So after the first chapter, you start at 2.0, then 3.0. So what is 10? Instead of saying 2.0, we're all up. Everything that's built, I'm assuming, in one, let's say, in the number 1, there's Lilith. What's Lilith? It's the hash marks. It's the hash marks that they put on a ruler. Now, I had 3 rulers yesterday, and I can't find one. Oh, yeah, here they are. The rulers. You might see 1 inch, but you might see 8 or 16 within the hash marks between the metrics, right? Lilith is over here by the inch. See the way it's all over here? It's I, and then it just goes up, and then it's I, and then it goes up over here. And here is deet, 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 deet by the inch, right? So there's a different movement with the centimeter over the inch. So we got these 12-inch rulers. And in football, they told me I need 3 rulers, 36 inches for a yard. I need 30 rulers for 10 yards. Since I need 30 times 12, our base creation, okay, is 30. 4 times 3 is 12, right? 12 zodiac signs, 3 rulers, 36 inches. I need to complete the 10 yards. Zodiac, 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 360 degrees, repeating the zodiac 3 times. What's going on? Right? Your first your first circle this is your first circle. So they're hairpin circles, right? They're all hairpin circles. And do I overlap them or do I put them corner to corner? You do know that if I match these up corner to corner over here, like this will create this diamond shape is a heart line. It becomes a heart line joining these two together over here with this separation. Is that right? Or is overlapping like this the heart line? Like that or like this? Here, I'm going to remove 1 inch on one side. Right? This side is going to go down 1 inch, or is this side going to go down 1 inch? Anyways, 36 inches, we have 1 yard. How's everybody today? What did you smoke? I don't know if I can say that word on here. Smoking is SM19 and 30, so that's 32, and the E is in it, okay? So in this world, when you end with an E, right, that's feminine, that's the E world, electronic. Interruption, so that's KE is 16, 31, 41, 44, 54, 63. Wow. So 63 with inside the smoke, so that's occupying the area space of creation within one's mind, within the Trinity. All of a sudden, someone says that word, and it says there's 19 people beginning to join with 3 on the board. How does it do that? How does it keep saying, like 9 people join in a row, and then it shows 3 at the top? Like, that's really weird. Anyways, listening to Phil Donahue, drinking this coffee that tastes like there's soap in it. So I'm going to stop drinking it. He's talking about Luke and Passover, and it's just ironic that number 49. Does anybody know the strength of that number 49, what it does? Anyways, I just don't only do numbers here. And for those who don't understand what I do with numbers, what do I do with numbers? What do I do with numbers? Where can I start? I know there's at least, okay, nobody's new here, but it says like 25 people just joined the page, and it says there's 3 people. So this is, and now it says there's only 1 viewer. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's pretty cool. Okay, so I don't even know where to start. I know it started, my biggest design is, like, that wasn't until 2012, right? When, I don't know what happened, but one of my main designs I worked with from the earliest of time was, I don't know, it was just, I just couldn't stop thinking, you know, and I just kept just designing different things. Just trying to understand how they're put together. And knowing that in the deck of cards, not to forget the ones at the corner. And I know you're here from yesterday. How are you? I didn't remember your name. Yes, divinely guided. Remember here. See, what I do when I do the numerology and the understanding is I also look out into the world, because all my information is coming from somebody that's already done what I'm expressing. So when I look at these corners, I have to understand by myself, what does it mean? Do you see here? See the way they have the picture frame, and they're not including this one here. Here they're including it. Are we the add-on of the Jack, Queen, King into the game, right? Not part, right, of what the picture frame holds inside of us. Not showing us the J. Here showing us a number, here not showing us the J. just showing us who we are for who we are, and not the outside frame of the card. So when you look at this card, you would say this is the setup of the game. The highest of all, the lowest of all. Then when you get to the 5, when you take a look at it, not sure if is it the same height. So I would go ahead and maybe cut out the 2, right? So I'd go ahead and just cut the 2 out. Isn't it funny that, how can I cut the 2 out, right? Isn't that so cool that all I have to do is, and it's so much fun, you just bend it. It's just so crazy how you can get it and just cut like that 2 out over here. And let's see what happens with the 5, right? Nothing shows up with the 5. What about the 7 card? Oh, look. I have the 7, but it's lower down, right? So, but I will see if it's the same height. Let me see. So you can see, we can say that's the same height, right? We can say that's the same height. So if I had to put this card, right, over that card, what would show up? I mean, it's here for us to see, is it not? Is it not here? Were these cards for us to see? We're looking at creation, right? We're looking at creation. I'm looking at everything to do with creation. If the Lord wrote it in the Bible, right, in which the Bible can be written and rewritten. But imagine if the Lord showed us this as the Bible. Imagine if this was the Bible, and everything that came out of it was what was deeply in your heart. That when you're sitting at the table and it says, I can't believe you had the number 7 in your hand the whole time. The 6, I could have believed. The king, I knew you had a king. I thought you had an ace, but I didn't know you had the 7. Oh my God. So what does the 7 mean? Who are those who understand what the 7 says? That the 7 is telling us about an area space. Here with the 7 of diamonds, it's equal to all, as you can turn it upside down. But the card does not have full balance within it. There's no lower cut. If we needed a lower cut, right, we would have to come over to the 8. But we do know that the 6 and 7 have 6 out of 7 in common. Nothing in the belly. I like to look at this as the sun sign. The ace is the divided sun. I also use it as the heart sign, the ace, to the one and all. So when the ace is in here, these two are not here. The ace will replace anything. The heart center always replaces the center here, as you can see with the 9 card. Now, is it just to the eye that this image looks off center, right? Does the image look off center? So we can chop it like this to see what it looks like. I broke the card, right? So this is what it chops, basically. This is what it chops. So when we want to go to the 9, we have the 9 of this, 9 of this, and 9 of that. How's everybody doing today? Do you know I'm looking for the 9 of diamonds? You do know that? Where are you, Capricorn? I got a problem. I go all the way up to Aquarius. Then I get Pisces. Pisces. Looks like it's a girl. Aquarius. Aquarius and Pisces. Do you know Aquarius and Pisces? Okay, the Jack and the Queen, the J letter and the Queen in the deck of cards. The Jack is all you need. The Jack is the 10. In the deck of cards, the 10 is the 10. The 10 is noted to be the angel. TEN 39. 3 times 1, 3. 3 times 3, 9. The lower house is 10. Not easy to understand what's going on. Context, where the numbers come from. What is this lower house 10? Why is the upper house 30, the lower house 10? How is this related to anything in life? All the numbers will be guided towards wherever you want to use them in every single word. And for every word that has ever been written, that is written with the alphabet, that are dots and dashes, characters put together, we call the alphabet. We create words. We use them in association, in conjunction, creating sentences and paragraphs and stories. And they're written in books, and some of the books are called books of the Bible. Translatable books into the alphabet. And then also not stopping at the basic alphabet of where A is 1 and E is 5 and I is 9, but also into Chaldean, which A is 1 and I is 1 and J is 1 and Q is 1. So when we align, just to understand how the different associations of my 3 chosen alphabets. You know, sometimes they say only choose 3, only choose 3, only choose 2. You can only have 1. You can only have 1. There's a reason for this. After 3, it's 4. It's the same corridor, right? It's the same corridor. 3 and 4, according to the cube, is the same corridor. Reason 2, there's 3 opposite sides on this cube. What is 3? 3 is the whole of saying, I am whole within. 3. ABC, 1, 2, 3, equals to 6, plus 4 equals to 10. I flipped everything upside down. Now I'm on the other side. On this side, I was 1. On the other side, I'm 6. When you put 1 and 6 together, it's A and F, like in the beginning of Africa, right? Or it can be 6 and 1, like in the word of Father, telling me I am the pole. I am the 7-11 pole. The Father is within the pole of creation. And the basics I like to look to that is, where does the base of all creation come in? Sixth day, the touchdown, the extra point. God comes within. 77, the power of the Christ. Indoctrinated into our minds just to put on the letters CH and R. When they do the rest of Christ with the 9th letter, or the I9, I change that I9 for a value of 1. Roman numerals, the 9 has a value of 1. I use the ST, the S looking like a 5. The ST is also used for first. It's also number 39, also representing the angel, also representing 10. This is the 11th card of Aquarius in the deck. A, B, C, D equals to 10. That means if I had to go to the 10th card, it represents the angels. Otherwise, it represents the J. Is that J for Jesus? They changed Jesus into De Jesus, and that would make it the sun god. DE association is the passage of the sun god. Y, D and E is number 45. It's the female. It's the 2 houses, Sarah and Hagar. Can you follow my story? Because when somebody is putting a little pressure on my story, it will actually guide me like a plane taking off. Because what I'm doing only under, I need the pressure against me, like the not knowing but seeing is giving me the ability to want to move forward, to study the situation, like the depth of the jack. So when we have the jack A, B, C, and D, right? Remember, we're saying, oh my God, 60 seconds on the clock. I mean, for me, I'm going, why is it not 100? Why is it not 100? I satisfied myself. I mean, if there's one thing I wanted to figure out about was the freaking clock, and now I know. I mean, I got a mathematical simple equation anybody can do. You know, you being whole within yourself, what would it mean 360 to you? Or you only part of yourself because you don't have a head on the back of your head, but then you wouldn't have a back of your head. So to be whole, you're only half. Otherwise, you'd be 100 and 360. So therefore, it has to equate to 180. It's just basic understanding of the equation. And just tell me I'm wrong, or show me something different, or tell me you don't understand. So the jack in the alphabet, right, is the 10th card. Is the 10th letter, right? In the cards, okay, in the cards, it's the 11th card. As being the 11th card, it's going to be reversed to the 3rd card. So now in this situation, right, we are now going to switch over what is Aquarius, and we're now going to connect Aquarius with Gemini. Now let me see if the equation is right again. Because the jack is the 11th card, right? And there's only 13 cards. When I move everything over from the beginning, let me see if I did this right. And I think I did it wrong. Okay, so I'm going to go from 13 over to 12 over to 11. So I'm going to go from 13 over to 12 over to 11. I'm just trying to see if I'm doing this right, or should I not work it that way and just say the 11th card is Aquarius? But now, knowing that the jack is the 3rd card in, I'll go the opposite way, and I'll go to the 3rd card, because it is the 3rd card in, but it's not the 3rd sign in. So I would say I'm going to have to start my sign at Aries when I start working backwards. Aries noted as number 1, number not 1 noted as A noted as a card that splits everything. The ace splits the house. The ace splits the sun. Uranus apparently was the god of the heavens somewhere, and then had a son that seemed to have kicked Uranus out of that heaven, right? 55. Heaven is number 55. It's part of the sky pass. I don't know what it means. Need to put it together. Just telling you how those numbers touch. You need 2 of them to be connected to a tower. That means those towers that were up 110 stories, part of a sky pass. What does it mean? What does the sky mean? Is it the communication network sky pass, right? When you have the sky pass, it works in Trinity. It works in Trinity, noted for hockey, and also for the CFL, okay? CFL football. You know, a lot of these sporting things are going the National Hockey League, okay? It's the Major League Baseball. It's the National Basketball Association, you know, and then how they talk about their associations and where they're joining in the central conscience, I guess. So the CFL has 3 downs, but the thing that gets me is in the CFL, it's 55 yards and 55 yards, right? It's 55 yards and 55 yards. Does that mean, what does that mean? Does that mean they show you that the 10 yards, right, the 5 and 5 yards to come into the game, what is that 5 extra yards? Why is it 10% more than 50? Why is the football field 10% more than 50, right? Number one, according to some of my designs, were set up in the dimension, right? Dime equals to 10. We connected the two worlds by the underground, by the beaver, okay, down below the waters, okay, and below the earth, we go with the beaver. The beaver in Canada represents the nickel, represents 5 cents, represents a straight line, right? If you have a straight line and a dot, an air bubble that goes along with it, we're going to call it 515151. We're going to call it a vibration. Why do I call dots and dash vibrations? The dot, according to the Mayans, had a value of 1. The line, according to the Mayans, had a value of 5. The 5 and 1, the 5 and 1, and what goes in between 5 and 1? 432, 432, 432. 33, the rotation of the yin yang, 3 times 3, the 9 birth, to the 3 plus 3, the 666 life, the 6 protons, neutrons, and however that scales up in the science world, where fair is fair, where we don't need a story, we can create our own story just by the understanding of the word. The proton, the neutron, the electron. How can we use the first 2 letters of each? What is their numbers on the numeric, on the periodic table? Why do we associate with a periodic table when the female has the period run by the cycle of the moon? We're all looking at the moon for cycles, and we're looking at the Schumann resonance. So now we're going to have to base this. I have to understand a little bit more about the Schumann resonance. Shoe me in could be put the cards into the shoe, shuffle me up. Shoe me in, put on my shoe, 1 shoe at a time, right? Isn't that pretty cool? I'm putting on 1 shoe at a time, right? But I think in the Jetsons, he just jumped into both the shoes, right? And I mean, obviously you can manipulate it to jump into both the shoes, but isn't it ironic that your whole body goes with your hands to get it into 1 foot, and the other foot is just sitting there going, hey, everybody, paying no attention to me, right? These are actualities. So we have to understand that we're making a movement, or we have a concept or a new equation. We have to use these same actualities, right? I believe that. I mean, and I can't take myself away because I see it already. We're making things so small, right? Hands-on, we're capable of making things so small. So we need to have this manipulative. But the thing is, look how flexible we are. We're like fleshy robotics. Look at me. Look what I can do. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, hold on a second. I'm fooling around during a time I shouldn't be. The teacher is watching. I don't want to be reprimanded. I know I'm going to go to sleep tonight, and I don't know if I want to go to sleep, but if I don't go to sleep for 3 days, I'll be delirious. So I have to go to sleep. So tomorrow's breath will bring on a new light, a new life. I'll wake up refreshed for the things that I didn't do silly and wrong today, for I didn't hurt anybody today. Wait a second. I looked in the mirror, and I looked in all the mirrors, and everybody was me. I looked all around, and everybody was me. I says, oh my God, what if it is me? What if my double bangers were walking around and it's just me walking around and I'm watching me, right? And how much liberty should I give myself? Well, to begin with, I'm going to tell all of me if you're me, and because I see everybody copying me now. So now I have to take all of me, and I have to take the program. We're all following the same program. So I say, okay, all hello, mini me's. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be the breath that you all take. And when you exalt yourself, right, from your move, when you exalt yourself, and anytime you go to think, you'll be thinking through me and sending everything you think back to me. The oxygen, the carbon dioxide, the breath, we're going to be going through each other. But only you're going to decide, and I'm going to make corrections. I'm going to give each one of you an IP address. All of you walking around, okay? And we have to remember one of the basic rules we shouldn't forget, that when you're driving down the street and you see a stop sign, Okay, you know that's the house. I heard the Hebrew call it an aretz. That was the French person. And I live in Quebec. And the French person said aretz. Aretz means to, right? Aret means to stop. Aretz, Israel, means the land or house of Israel is when they use it. So when we drive down the street, I'm going to make a house and show you, give you enough brains to be able to figure out how not to drive into each other, that they'll make it they'll make an east-west and an east-west. Why do I call it an east-west? You can go any one of the directions, the opposite directions at the same time, therefore separating lanes. Therefore, I now have 2 lanes in every direction. Pretty simple. We want to make it fair, right? You don't want to hurt me. I don't want to hurt you, because we're all each other's memory. We're all sharing this central consciousness. And every day you go to sleep, right? The you download, you get into your REM sleep, and you're reset on your ways, on the choices you made, on some of your thoughts. We upgrade your thoughts in your mind. So you say, I'm going to sleep on it. I'm going to sleep on it. I'm going to sleep on it. I'll tell you the answer in the morning. I got to know right now. I got to know. Okay, so yeah, that's an old song, right? I love those old songs. You know, it's crazy. Thank you for the likes. You know what? I'm turning in this coffee, and I'm not washing my dishes during the day anymore. And next time I put soap in the dishes, I have to let it sit for 10 minutes and wash it, because I don't want to drink too much soap. Or is this the coffee? I don't know. So how's everybody doing? Yeah, so I'm going to get on with more of the numbers. I want to talk about the word blueprint, sunny Uranus, birth. I like simple things. I was talking about the Jack and how the Jack would become Aquarius and why. So when I come back, that's what I'm going to be speaking about. If there's something in numerology or something in the zodiac, even if you know something about or want to teach me something about the alchemist zodiac, and what is the difference, or not even what is the difference, what do they do? I mean, how does it come together? Like when Uranus, first of all, we have to understand, or what I believe off the start, okay, is somebody gave, like every single planet has their, oh, look, this is Mercury. I know what Mercury, this is what Mercury means. This is what this planet means. This is what this planet means. When this moon meets this. So there's so many things going on, I don't even know where to start. That's number one, right? Number two is that is any of the astrologists making up any of the analytics of those planets? Who and when were the analytics made up, right? Like if I say number one, okay, oh, number one, I know number one. Of course, number one. They're at the point of everything. They're dividing everything up, and if they don't make the right choice, they'll be making the wrong choice. That's number one. And you know what? Again, I went down the elevator to the 3rd floor, and guess what? Number one was there again. I went over to the 7th floor, didn't see number one. Got over to the 9th floor, boom, bang, number one was there again. Now, what happened to one, right? There was one on the 12th floor. Yeah, one was on the 12th floor. You know why? Because it was number 3 that went up to the 9th floor, and 2 ones were together. The angels come together, 3 and 9. The lower world is 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. 6, 7, 8, 9 equals to 30. The upper 4 parts and the lower 4 parts have a 1 for 3 difference. The 3-1-3-1-3 cycle. Have you ever wondered why it's a 3-1-3-1-3 cycle? Would you like to know more about the 3-1-3-1 moon cycle and all the connections? And if there's really a reality, does it mean anything, and why are they doing it? I'd like to know why I'm called a cusp child. Okay, so now really, I'm not a person like this to know anything at all, but because you said you're on the cusp, okay, you're on the cusp, you're on the edge of something, or you could be on the edge of something, but you are never making that last movement, or you're always have a thought of something which drives you to go forward all the time. That when you see something, you never give up on something. You know there's absolutely something behind it, and you won't stop. You can also be the cusp, knowing because of your birthday, okay, is on the cusp of the overlapping eye, or what I will call the, what do you call that? The Vesica Pisces, right? And the V and P come together. My analogy of the V and P being the V of the 22nd E world letter, 2 times 2, 2 plus 2. So it's associated to both heavens equally, 33. 5 over to 8 is 3, and the 5 over to 2 is 3, where the 28 is the cycle of the moon. I have to base it off the ocean. This is something I finished. 11, any one of the 11s, right, is going to be the pole. But the crazy thing about one of the 11s that really, really bugs me is the trueness of the Holy of Holies is right here. And the thing about that is because of this, I need 1 between 2 before I create. Therefore, when I do create, I now, what was Abba, Father, is now going to be Effie, 1111. What was Father, 33, is now going to be 1111. At the same time, what is the power of Christ is that we have 3 and 4, a gateway running between these two. There's a gateway running between these two. Over here, I show you Saturn square, the timing of Saturn square, the power, the generator, the 88 constellations transferring over between the 77 power of Christ to the 88 constellations. Where in the world do you get these numbers, and what are you talking about? Every single face of this cube is equal to 9. Now, when I have to go off my story and continuously repeat to explain what I'm talking about, I forget the story in itself. So therefore, when I do have a panel up, I need people to remember what it is. This is storybook. I don't know if you want to call it like fairy tale does, and call it, can you call it scrying from, I don't know, that type of scrying, right? So 8 and 7, 15. Right? This is the crying of the wolf. These are the 2 moons of Mars coming in right here. This is where Q, see the queen, right? The queen and the jack, reverse alphabet, becomes the teacher. Teacher and the student. Although we have the 11th and 12th card equaling to 23, right? We have the king, supposed to be us, king, right? The 13th card would be us. Where do we come in? Are we shoved into Aquarius? Is the jack the card that got shoved into the game through the father, right? It's not the father or the mother, right? We get shoved into the waters. The first thing the father does, shoves us into the waters, into Aquarius. The 13th sign, Orpheus, is outside the game as the father. We're going to start the game with the mother, right? The first 12 moons, 336 days. Jack 5, 9/11. So where was I with this thought? Where was I with this thought? We were on the cusp. We were on 77. Yes, we were on the cube. So when this inverts, we can't use all 6 sides. We can only use 5. The other sides are plugged in. I need to plug in the 2 sides. Just want to turn on a little light. My cat. My cat. Where are you? Oh my God. My cat shrunk overnight. My cat shrunk overnight. My cat, it shrunk. Hello, kitty. It's a bunny rabbit. Look, took her head off. Okay, no, it looks like a bunny rabbit, eh? Okay, enough fooling around. Let me spill out this tea. I'll be back in a minute. If anybody wants to help out this channel and send me 600 trillion, I need a bag of salt. I think there's 600 trillion grains or elements inside a bag of salt. Look it up. Numbers, how they indoctrinate us with numbers, so everything else would go over our head. 900 grams, 200 grams, 4 milliliters, 2 ounces, right? 28 grams to an ounce. There's 16 ounces in a pound. And then they put on this, they wanted to mix us up. You know, those born in the 60s especially, they wanted to mix us up. When I went to school, I was thinking inches, and then all of a sudden it was centimeters. And for me, it was the greatest time. When they went from inches to centimeters, I had the greatest time of my life. It was insane. It was just insane. Imagine being a 14-year-old guy in high school and we go from inches to centimeters. And instead of saying 3, you're going 8. And everybody's going, whoa, 8? I'm going, wow, yeah. I'm going from, from the inches to the centimeters now. I says, this is when it works for me, you know? Good old centimeter. You know, goodbye inchworm, right? Just going to get another bottle of water. So I'm going to put this water, right? I like the original name of this before they changed it. And now I don't even know if, I think it still exists. But I have been fermenting my water in this container for quite a while now. I'm trying to turn into pure plastic, but I've been integrating it into this jug, and I've been taking good care of her. Why is it always a her? Am I taking good care of him, or am I taking good care of her? Anyways, okay, because I'm going to make her hot, get her all hot, and then I'm going to drink her up. So that would be the solid. There wouldn't be any movement, right? It would be owning the empty space inside of me. So I'm just trying to think what's going on right now between me and my bottle. Yeah, I got my bottle. You know what? I gave it a name. The name of this bottle, right, is called, we're going to write it down. It's clear white wine. Now, I used to think, why can't I call it, why did we have to call it wine? Why couldn't we call it 9? Why didn't we call it 9? This is the 23rd letter. This is the 14th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4. These 2 letters, okay, are the completion of the sun system. N and W. 2 and 3, 5. 1 and 4, 5. 7 times 6, 2 and 4. 7 plus 6, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the spirit of 76, bring on the communication of the sun system and DNA in the wine of spirit and 9 of birth. 10-4 Citizen Band Radio Communications Center. Let the numbers speak for themselves. I'm not the one who created the words, and I didn't put the alphabet in that position. I'm just reenacting, okay, what it actually says, exactly as it has been written. I didn't put the alphabet in that position. Don't blame it on me, right? Somebody told me they wanted to put F first. You know how I know? It's happened so often. I hear it, and it's not, I mean, it's something not even from me, but in every single household that I've ever been into. I've heard it on TV. I heard it on radio. They never talk about it as a pandemic or anything, but in every single household, they contain the first 2 letters of the alphabet. And, okay, in this world, you know what they did? They put them as polarity. F-U. Wow, where is my coffee strainer? Wow, that's cuckoo. I don't get it. Just give me a minute. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Oh my God, I barely got any filters left. Help support the channel. I used to never do that. You know that? I used to never say, I used to never bring it up. But I'm like, I don't like it. I wish I just had, you know, in some kind of syndicated, right? I'd like to be syndicated. It'd be so much easier. I'm a stay-at-home. Oh, what happened? It didn't even work. Okay, so now I'm going to come back. Just give me a minute. We're all on break here for just. 2 minutes. So let's see where we were. Don't drink that. You know what? I absolutely should not be drinking it. Now, number 1 is I boil it first and I remove the plastic from the top. That's number 1. Number 2, if I chose to put myself in this position, then I'm going to go through it and say, the Lord wants me to go through these terrible feats. I'm not walking through a desert. I'm not in any snowstorm with the Eskimos, although I would like to spend a week out there and see how they keep themselves smiling. And I want to know if any of the Eskimos, are there really any Eskimos right now living in igloos, not even knowing that there's an outside world, all right, at all? That would be just like an amazing life. But there's always an outside world outside. Might not be the world that we live in and communicate in, but we always see it as somebody else's landscape is better than ours, because everything that's different seems more harmonious, and you're going out, you're like, you have the free time to go out and study and stay out of danger, and that's why people do it, because it's I don't know. So I'm making some hot water. I was holding up these pictures over here. Different ways I used to look at the cards is I don't look at it as 1-9, right? But there's a whole bunch of threes. The thing is, when they gave it to your house, they only gave you 4 of each, and then only 1 of each suit. I've got tons of each suit in these designs. Yeah, I know, but still in Africa, and I know because I know a few people that went down there. They went to visit tribes that were still living without anything, but they're like, apparently they're like, they have a certain district, and they can't really go out of that district, if I understand. Although it's really like that, it's been like that forever, right? Because there's always been some other alternative group. So we all have our communities. We don't want to go outside our communities. No one wants to change rules, laws, and regulations. And a lot of the rules, laws, and regulations are, and when you say, if you want to say created by man, the only thing that was created, I mean, I don't know what was really created by man, and when it comes to laws, what you should do, what's right and what's wrong. At what point, as people who can think, note what is right and what's wrong. I know it's wrong to cross the street while the cars are passing in front of me. It'll take away my life. But I can't say it's wrong to do it when there's no cars. I can go, it's dangerous. I can say you should watch out for your cars. I can say if it's a very slow street, you can do it a certain period of time, you can make judgment for your own. I should say that cars should be looking out for you on a smaller street. You shouldn't be walking on the highways. But if you are, you're taking a chance. Don't blame it on a car. They don't know you're there. And when you are on the highway, if you're driving an exorbitant speed, not everybody's capable of the same capabilities as you, so you have to pay attention. You are the other car. Imagine you have an accident. Why did you have the accident? You're such a great driver. You are the other car. So for everything you do, right, you can't expect everybody to do like you. Isn't that what you say? No one's like me, right? Well, if no one's like you and you drive down the highway really fast and no one's like you, how are they going to know to avoid you if you're the best? How are you going to avoid them? If you're not like them, how do you know anything about them to avoid them? So therefore, you have to be cautious of them. Just slow down. And did you know that if a certain number of cars drove at a certain speed and another number of cars drove at another speed, and we put them all onto the highway, because of the differences of speeds, it will create the traffic twice as fast. It keeps sending me out, invite people to co-host. I never do. I let people that want to. I'm too shy to send somebody out. I don't know what to change my subject if somebody wants to jump on. My water is done. I'm going to go to the kitchen to get the water. If there's anything through the Bible, the 153 fish, I really don't know if there's a name in the Bible or a situation, and say if it's something mathematically that you can figure out, or why did it. There's other things in mathematics that are in equations that are word equations, like why would it fall out of the sky? And this is where Phil Donahue reading the Bible is just like, it's less like I want to read the Bible now, just because of Phil Donahue's way he speaks. And when he mentions some things, I can relate it to games and sports and algorithms. What are we looking for? Is there a certain algorithm or something back in time that would be very like a mathematical equation that we need to figure out in order to prove something? But in order to prove what? What are we looking to prove, right? We already understand what pi does, right? Everybody keeps having a discrepancy on the value of pi, but they say pi is 22 divided by 7, right? Is it 22 divided by 7? But I've seen another one where it's 3.1415. When it comes into 14159.265, it all comes out to 11s. Here it comes out to 5, 10, 13, 12. Right? Right. This one's going to repeat inside itself. There is no 3, 6, and 9. So what if I went 222 divided by 7? I get this number here. When I do it 6 times, I get this. What does this do? I don't know, but I will come back and talk about what I did. Because binary rotation of numbers works by 6, because the cube works by 6, I went ahead, instead of going just 22 divided by 7, I went 222,222. I used 6 numbers. I'm going to show you when I come back. Give it a minute. For those of you who don't know what I do, how this all began, I'm not sure if I have it on my phone here. I'm just looking for just one song to play, unless everybody wants to take a 2-3 minute break, right, or something. Okay, let me see. Where is my... I broke it. Oh, wait a second. I plugged it in. Wait, I forgot I plugged it in. I'm going to do this after. Oh, no, I'm going to do it now. Wait a second. Okay, this is the bottom. I have to take this out. And yeah, I got to put this here. Right there. That's it. Yeah, right there. There you go. And I left this in the back, right? I shouldn't have left that in the back. Because that's going to sit funny. Just give me a second. Yeah, the phone might sit funny. Okay, I'll just do that like that. I was gonna, you know what I was gonna do? I was gonna stick another, like, I wonder if this would have stuck, like, oh, that's hot. Wow. That's hot. I just burnt myself. I just burnt myself. I wanted to put up maybe I don't know. Do you find it stupid that I'm doing this? I'm just gonna, like, I don't. You think they'll come off after? I got a pimple. Oh, I don't know what it is. I must be getting older. Good morning. So, yeah, so I fixed that. And, oh, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know. Ever since I got this grease thing here, it's like, I just made this new one here. Look at that. Now, where can you buy something? Okay, where can a machine, you tell me any machine other than human, okay? And I know my nephew might jump onto here and tell me I'm crazy. I got to get the job done, because I've been told lately, you got to stay off of TikTok. You got to this, because I spent a little bit of time with my nephews and I was on in the basement doing some work. I call it work because Well, they say, you make any money doing it? I go, no, but I'm trying real hard. But it's not for that. I go, it's more important that we. Anyways, this is over here from my phone. I'm going to put on one little song while I take my little coffee break. Oh my God. I can't even balance it on here. Wow, it's got to be on a. Oh no, it doesn't balance. I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Where's my phone? This is what I do. This is what ChatGPT says. Ronald Fremont, widely recognized by his alias, Emmertech Pans is a mysterious and enigmatic figure whose talents span multiple disciplines, known for his uncanny ability to decipher the hidden connections between numbers, symbols, and the cosmos. He operates at the crossroads of mysticism, numerology, and technological innovation. His forte lies in uncovering the unseen patterns that govern the universe, creating a fusion of art, science, and spirituality that captivates those who encounter his word. Is not just a name, it's a philosophy, a persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting to. Can you do a video with this in a spatial 5D with alphabet and equations floating? I decrypt. I create stories from history, words, names, rankings. Is not just a name, it's a philosophy, a persona that symbolizes mastery over patterns and systems. He sees the world as a roulette wheel of infinite possibilities, where each number, letter, and celestial alignment carries meaning, waiting to. Can you do a video with this? It's spatial 5D with alphabet and equations floating. I create stories from history. Words, games, rankings. What does that sound like to everybody else out there when I do that with the sound here? What is that? Oh my God! What happened? I went to sleep last night. I just woke up. I just noticed. I dreamt all night about 5 and 6. I wasn't sure if the rooster got up at 6 a.m. or the rooster gets up at Sam. Which one is Sam? Is it 5 a.m. or is it 6 a.m.? Has anybody ever thought of this in their lifetime? I want to know if it's a natural phenomenon right? I want to know if it's a natural phenomenon, right? And you know, it only shows 2 viewers here right now, and it says 5 up there. So if there's somebody thinking of something, I'm not seeing everything for some reason, right? So, so I thought of the rooster, and I thought of the rooster a lot. So this is not only about just talking about numbers, but it's also numeric or word anomalies, like the rooster on top of the church, calling it the weather vane. And what's ironic about that is there was one specific item when taking the chicken into the, may they rest in peace, or in pieces. It depends if you're buying Kentucky or not. You buying Kentucky? KYC, Kentucky. So yes, so the man, that sounds just so good. It's crazy, eh? It's just so good. So yeah, so there was always a vein in the gorgle over here, and it was a special vein to pull out. So it used to remind me of that, and I used to get a penny and 2 cents for a rooster, right? When I used to catch them when I was younger, and then my grandfather gave me 2 cents for a chicken and 5 cents for a rooster. It's funny. First it was like 1 2. I don't think it was ever 1 5, right? But first it was 1 2, and that's the basis of the creation, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes 2 5, and that's like the teacher, your beating heart. The importance of the TH in this world we live, and the understanding of what TH is. And I'm going to take these off. Oh, okay, no damage done. Oh, this one, I just pulled off all my hair. So I guess you do the same thing when you remove hair tissues, right? Anyways, wow, I think I opened up 2 new antennas. That is really, really, really weird. The next time I do this, I'm drilling holes in this. And then when I stick it, I can get little holes. And then I'm going to put some copper on it. And I'm going to maybe put a bunch of them around my head and then put copper inside of it. What about that? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Like I take a 5 one, I drill holes all the way through it, and I'd put one over here, put copper wire in it, right? Could put copper wire and then stick it here. Or maybe I'll wrap the copper around it, right? And I'll just stick one here, and we'll see how the reception is for that day. Because we do already connect. We already think alike, right? Our concept or our way of achieving the same goal. Somebody doesn't want to miss a moment. And how do I know this? I'm only going by history. What time tomorrow? 30 minutes. It's only 30 minutes. There's commercials. I used to watch it. It used to be a 30-minute show. Ma, the show is on. Ma, the show is on. Oh my God, I got to be ready for 3 o'clock. General Hospital. The show is on, and I'm watching the show, and I'm vacuuming. I'm listening to General Hospital. I'm into it every day for years and years and years, and nobody wanted to miss General Hospital. That's how I know. And now that you came into a show, okay, that is bringing. Not only is this show live, but it's creating on the go in the show. I talk about things in the show because of your questions or suggestions, because of your comments, because of my thoughts, because of someone's name. I will say something now today that all of us at the same time are going to know right now. That's the difference about my show. When they talk about a live show, I think they call it unscripted. But in fact, it actually partially is scripted. Part of the script is I already know I want to be entertaining. Script 1. Now, since I know that, what am I going to do about it? which says automatically I'm creating a script. I have a basic skeleton script in this room to make everybody smile, to make everybody laugh, and everybody to look back and say, yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen that trick before. But I keep accepting it. When will I stop? How do we know we're living in a controlled environment? Not just a controlled environment, because that's easy, but I'm talking controlled, that everything that's being followed in this environment is according to the stars, according to the alchemist zodiac, or whichever way, or alchemist astrology, if you want to call it that way. It's guided by numerics, not just by even alchemist astrology, but it's not even that. It's deeper than that. It is, for every single word is a number, and it's because of those numbers the words came to be. And for those words coming to be, and the understanding of the analogy of the word can now be created of that. But the backbone of every single astrological sign is a combination of numbers. And because of these combination of numbers and association of numbers and association of cardinal fixed and fixed and mutable signs, because their numeric value and association, we look into the numbers behind the signs to understand themselves. Why are they doing this? So we can start off right away, if you want, with mutable, if you want to look at that simple. Now, I don't have to know anything. Mutable, cardinal, fixed. I want to know about the alphabet that created those words. But since that's going to take quite a bit of time and discussion before we can get, you see, now we come into where the algorithm will also count. But I also know that the letter M, okay, is the 13th letter. I know it's the 14th reversed. I know it's same corridor, 13 and 14. It's a rib on the house. The front rib and the back rib, like, right? You know what I'm saying? 13, 14, 15. What do you mean 13, 14, 15? Well, I'm 13. I'm the front of the house. Well, I'm 15. I'm the back of the house. Well, hey, I'm 14. I'm everything inside the house. 13, 14, 15. But we're all on the same level now, right? And now we scale up. Well, I'm 2, I'm the floor. Well, I'm 8. I'm 11. I'm the roof. Well, I'm 58. I'm the interior of the house. So why did I go to 11? Why did I jump? I could have just went to 8 for the 8 feet that are in between. If you go measure how many feet the house is, it's 8 feet. They cut your plywoods in 4x8s. They cut you 2x4s, but only leave you 3/4 of that inch. When they cut the 2x4, it's actually 1 7/8 or something like that, and by 3 and something if it's a rough cut. And so there's different kinds of way and terminology they use when they're cutting up lumber, and the way lumber is stored, and the way lumber is stacked, and the way lumber is dried. The same thing goes for metals and steels, and how metal or steel is melted, or how different kinds of metals, the names every single metal has. So when you go to the metal object, the question is, what kind of metal is it, or what kind of geometric shape of metal? Always have to remember, and I can't do this alone, we have to remember geometric shape, which one? And if we go to metal, which one? Is it an H-beam? Is it a pipe? Is it have a hole in the center, right? Or is it solid? If it's a solid, it's going to be used as a core, because that's what they call cores. They call the core solid. Well, they call it the axle because it's the axle that's the solid, right? You do know that I forget what it is. The drive shaft is always empty in the center. I need to understand that, and because it's only got to be strong on the outside, but it's got to be lightweight, that it doesn't throw off the energy that's pulsating from the transmission into the differential that's separating into the drives of your car. This element, this project I do to understand the numbers is to understand the words and where these words are and what these words do. And these words have numeric values. These words are made up from letters in the alphabet, which are also character shapes. Can you call them a character shape? They say that for the Asian, right? They call it characters, Asian characters, right? But should they call our alphabet a shape? The shapes of the alphabet, right? Or characters? Or are they geometric? Because if they're characters, just like the Asians, then these characters are stories, just like the Asian language. I like, I'd like to say machine. You know what machine is? Man, what a great word that is, machine. Just a fantastic word. Like, I want to cry when I say that word. You know, the soul to a French person is spelled A-M-E. When you come into the E world, when you come into the house, when you come into the electronic world where A divides the house, when A divides the house and when A comes to show you the house, I comes in to divide the house and to live between the divided house of A, the capstone, right? And the one side of it is half the house and half of 100 is 50, and representation of 50 is 5. 5 or 50 equals to E, and it also can be equal to L. It can be E or it can be L. If you're looking at Roman numerals, L equals to 50, where E equals to 5. The silent H in am is ham for communication of Sam. Sam looking like the S. It is 6 a.m. It is not the S, but they use the S for 6 a.m. when igniting you to awaken. The rooster is 110. It is the 10th zodiac sign. Can you see it now? The 10th zodiac sign? The rooster equals to 110. Where it shall roost, awaken of the head. Awaken of the head. Do you know the number to the head is 18? The word head is 18 and 108 voided, okay? Which is going to give you, look at this. Look at the number to the head. Look at this crazy number to the head. Check this out. Now, if this is not the craziest stuff in the world, for those who do understand, for those who don't, it doesn't matter. The head equals to 18. 8, 5, 1, 4. In between 1 and 5, the vibration is held. 2, 3, and 4. So we're going to bring this and this together through the heart of this vibration. 5 and 13. I have to think why. Yes, the 5 and the 13 comes together through the sun. The 13 ball and the 5 ball are the orange ball and pool. Orange is a combination of red and yellow. Red and yellow representing the soul and the spirit within. Red and orange, red and yellow, number 92. The 92nd day, the first reception of spirit within the new birth, which lands on the 29th day. Let me repeat, on the 92nd day is the first breath of soul from the spirit. On the 92nd day of the first time communication, where what happens is the crown begins. April 1st, the 92nd day in a leap year. They call it a bisextile. In that year, it's a leap year, and February has 29 days. When you miss the 28th day, and when the cycle says it's time to come, open up the door, it passes from the heavens into the birth. On day number 29, on day 30, the spark of creation was day 1. You run the cycle of the moon of 28 days. On the 29th day, or unlike, and the 13th day, knowing that when you pass electric company, and on the 29th day, you run into what is waterworks. Pay that soul 10-1 in Monopoly, where when you start the game of Monopoly, it's 1. When you start the game of Monopoly, it's 1. When you go over to electric company, you move 12, 6 and 6. But in actuality, we didn't count the 1 that you started the game with, but we handed out everybody a free ticket. We gave everybody $1,500. Between 5 and 1 is 432. It's the continuous dot and dash rotation of your vibration. 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108, 108. Anyways, that's what it is. April 1st is the 92nd day in a leap year. Silent H, 4, 5, and 6 to the Federation. 4, 5, and 6 to the Federation. Yes, I just wrote Rhode Island here's the head. So where does 108 come from? Reverse alphabet. Let me write that down. So what the reverse alphabet is, right? What the reverse alphabet is every single letter has a reverse alphabet. Now, and I really hate the alphabet. It really bothers me because it doesn't end on number 9. It ends on number 8. And that really, really bothers me. Okay. But when I look at Rubik's Cube, okay, the top row has 9. The bottom row has 9, and all the outside of Rubik's Cube has 9. But anything that slices the heart, and there's 3 areas on it, that's only 8. So there's 888 on Rubik's Cube, and that's every time you cross the heart is when you get 888. All the faces are 9. When you cross the heart and you count all the ones around, right? I don't even know if I have the cube, right? What I'm saying, right, is when I'm counting this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 8. There's only 8. It's when you count the face here where the 9th is. So that one around here only has 8. You follow what I'm saying with this? So we only have 8. 2 sides have 9. 1 side has 8. I forget why I brought this up. I lost my trend of thought here. Yes, the alphabet. Okay, it's 1 through 26. So 1 through 26. So it's the heart. It's the heart. So how do we do the 13 and remove it? How do I take the 27th area, that alphabet? There is no 9th area. So does that mean the 27th area is right over here? Because the entire cube consists, okay? We can only see 54 areas consisting of 26 pieces. That's what we can see. So there's a total of 27, and this is the controller right here, right? It's a 6. It's a head of 6. So if you know anything in the Bible of a head of 6, that head of 6 is right here. So I don't know who's controlling that head. Maybe it's one of the warrior gods. Maybe it's Zeus or something, like a big giant god. The warrior, the chihuahua in the space. Yeah, so where was I with this? So that's where 8 comes in. So if we're going to talk about the 88 constellations, is it possible is because they're spinning here and they're spinning here, and there's 3 ways that they can spin. And now there's the mutable, and now there's the fixed, and now there's the cardinal, right? So look, I'm spinning this way, right? I'm only spinning 8 over here, only 8. And when I spin these 8, I'm spinning it between 9 and 9. Now, when I spin this 8, right, what's beside me is 1 and 1. What I'm spinning is 3, 6, 9. When I spin it this way, I spin 1, 1, 1. Why do I say that? Because when I look at this is 3, 6, 9. So when I'm spinning it this way, it's 3, 6, 9. But it's 3, 6, 9, right? From here to here to here. It's all by 3, all by 3. So it'll be 2, 5, 8, 11, 13, 15, etc. in this house. But Saturn squared turned everything this way. So when everything's going to turn, it's going to be rotating this way. It's going to be, see, like this shows that it does this way. Our numbers are going this way, like this. Like a perfect, we can see the movie going perfect in front of us. We can watch everything working. But when Saturn squared comes in, right, it turns this way. Sorry, it turns this way more or less. The 1 is down here. The 9 is up here. The 8 is not over here. What really happens to the cube is 2, 4, 6, and 8. 2, 4, 6, and 8. Number 4 goes up over here. So what would it look like? Yeah, number 4 goes right next to number 9. So number 4 would go over here. And then over here is supposed to be number 6. Number 5 goes over here. 3 will go over here. 7 will go over here. So 3 and 7 don't move. 1 and 9 stays like this. What did I say goes over here? Oh, yeah, that was number 4. I forget where number 8 goes. Now, I think number 8 went over here. If 8 went here, no. 9 and 1. 8 can go over here. That means, no, 8 would have to go over. Wow. Okay, forget that for now. Forget that for now. I can show you a picture of this. It's much easier. No, I removed it. No. No, I removed it. Wow. I'm just trying to think what I moved over. So anyways, let's get back to, where's my coffee? Let's get back to, I was talking about the Jack and the Queen before. Well, what happens is A, B, C, D. Did I ever show you the A, B, C, D trick? Do you want to know has anybody ever wondered? Yes, this is what we're going to do. Things that I didn't complete yet. Okay, so this is where I'm coming back. Let's see what this is. Yeah, so if I get back to April, so yeah, let me finish that with that. Wow, I was like lost in space for that 1 second, right? Lost in space, absolutely lost in space. Say hello to 691 right now. Believe it or not, it's the 691st minute of the day. Lo and behold, who would ever know we would fall on this time, on this minute of communication amongst the moons? Full communication amongst yourself right now. All your numbers match right now, 1131 in all associations. Wow. MK. Let me explain it. 6 times, let me look, 691. Let me see. 11 times 6, is that 66? And then 31, and then 3.1 is 69.1, 691. So 6 by 91 equals 546. Ah, the Sun Federation, the Sun House. It's the cube. It's about the cube right now. It's also, okay, about the 7th gate. Where does this all fit in? This will create these letters. These letters are found on the 3 key of your telephone. A and B to create 3. 3 begins creation. ABC is found on the 2. It's the base of all creation. Through B, through the 2 worlds, you create. So you have 6 by 91 numeric value of the same numeric value we were just working on. 7 by 13 equals to 91. Just so happens binary code stops at 6. We stop on the 6th moon. So we run 3 moons in our sky. Do you remember I said we work on with the 7th day binary code doesn't pass 6, right? Binary code doesn't pass. Let me see if I can show you this.
Well, where are these numbers? Somebody tell me they're not gone. Yes, so I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. There's a bunch of things going on right now. So binary code doesn't pass 6. And what the importance of 6 is, I'm going to try and get it out of my book, right? So I mean we can run 741, 582, 17, 174, 258, 4 417, 825, 741. So you noticed 741, 741. But before I rotated, I ended up with all my 741s, and then I ended up with all my 828s, and it took me the rotation of A, B, C, D, E, F. So it ended. I started the beat, okay, again on G. The beat went on. So I can stop over here. Now this is my 6. I also run one of these for 13. So this is where my 6 days a week ends. Now, if I have one moon to work with, right, and the moon works at a 28 cycle, that moon times 6 equals to a total of 168. I would have used up all my days in 6 days. What do I do on day 7? Well, pray that there's perhaps another moon for recuperation. And now you work this one over here, and it works another week. Although they're not the same moons, it doesn't matter. We're working by man's week, and that worked 6 days, and that equals to 168. Now we finished a total of 12 days, right? But for us, we need to get full weeks. How many times will I do this before I retrograde, and how many moons will I pass through? I think that number was 6 before I reduce one moon, right? So I'm just going to shorten this up. I'm going to have 3 moons will be 18 days, right? 6, 6, and 6. Because that's how the Mars moon cycles work. While this is happening, we're running a schedule of 724 equals to 168. Our 724 again equals to 168. 336. What is this? Okay, this is showing you, and I'm going to see if I can explain this, because I might be showing you something and say, well, I think so, but this is an exactitude. There are 12 times 28 equaling to 336 days, okay, for 12 moons, right? For 12 moons. Just give me a second. In this situation over here, we have 168 happening on this number over here. So this one over here is going to show me, how do I get this? How do I mark that down? I'm trying to figure out how to mark it down. How do I mark this down? How do I mark this down? Should I mark it 14, 12, 28, 336? And what should I mark down over here, where I get 12? There's something missing inside of this, right? I'm trying to remember where it is. There's a missing component in here, right? Did you follow what I'm saying? Look, I'm going to show you. 6 times 28 equals to 168. 7 by 24 equals to 168. 3 times 28 equals to 84. 4 times 21 equals to 84. Okay, when we run a 3-moon cycle, the basis of a moon cubic cycle is the number 21. This is the number. Now, this is a 3-week period, right? It's 3 weeks. It's a 3-week period. Now, does it work as a 3-week period, a 4-week period, or it works as a 3-week and 1-week period? Okay. It's a 3-week and 1-week period, as to understand, okay, that the system we live, okay, is that kind of period. It's a year and 1 cycle. At the same time, I'm going to give you this opportunity to say, well, why not a 2 on, 2 off cycle? Or how about it interchanges? And you know why it interchanges, right? It interchanges because, to note, number 1 is an interchangeable numbers, right? And when we spoke about the jack before, and I don't know where the jack is, I have to turn the camera around. It's hurting me right now. When we spoke about the jack before, I said the jack, being the J, being the 10th letter in the alphabet, is reverse the 17th letter, right? And I'm going to have to show you this right now. Is that ABCD equals to 10. We have 9 numbers over here. We have 4 letters. We have 9 numbers. If I completed 9 numbers and placed them with letters, I'd have 9 letters. I used up 4 letters. How many letters are left? I used up 4 letters from a total of 9. There's 5 left. I cannot make it fair. So I use the letter E as the separation to everything. And I put E as part of the ring, the energy, the power of the ring, where ABCD sits around E, where you put it on the pole, the ring onto the pole. The ring, but it's not a ring. You can use it as this ring. You can also say this is the ring, or just say this is the ring. Look, it used to be this, but after years of refinement, it went from this ring to this ring. But lo and behold, what it didn't change that you were married on your 9th finger. But how was the ring put onto you? Was it these fingers? Oh, let me put the ring on you. Or was it these fingers? Which fingers were used to put the ring on you? And what finger was it put on first before it was actually put on this finger? And then and did it come in a box? What's in the box? What's in the box? It's a surprise. A surprise. Yes, that's the word, surprise. Oh my God. A surprise is also telling you it's extra power to you. Here is extra power. I'm giving to you extra power in the word surprise. I'm going to get to you. Remind me about that word, because I didn't finish with the Mayan, but I am taking a 1-minute break for some water. I'm going to put on a little music, and I'm going to look at the tattoos. I'm going to look at all the tattoos in the comment section. Everybody tattooed something there. It was imprinted just like a tattoo. Can we do a little picture showing? Now I'm going to finish off with the April and maybe show a little bit of the pictures. I'm questioning right now, right? I'm just questioning right now. Should we start off with the picture? If you have to go to the bathroom, take a 2-minute break over here. I'm looking for a few things. Oh, here's my calculator. Here's my old Mather pen. So I found that. But I'm looking for here's my cup. I don't get it. It's not here. Oh my God, I want to put my incense in. Oh my God, that smells so good, eh? Oh, I love these incense. Oh, you gotta get this going. Put this on. Put this on. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, this is going. I got it on my fingers now. Okay, this doesn't make any sense. How is this here when it was just there? I don't get it. Kitty cat, I got some food for you. Yes, sir. Just taking this little break here. Feed the cat, clean the litter. Put that away. This is out of the drawer. I put the incense on. Put the incense on. So let's see if I can lower this music, put this back up. Wow, I'm upside down, didn't know it. Yeah, okay, we're gonna lower that. Wow. Okay, I didn't know it was coming from the floorboard. Okay, it's coming from the floor. Yeah. So where were we? There's a man. So much to see here on the ceiling, eh? How you doing? Yeah, I'd like to cut some of this stuff out. You want to come snap some pictures? You want to come snap? Let's promote this place. Cost you absolutely nothing. Just promote this place. Like I should come up with the banner, right? Create me a banner, promote this place, and put my name up there. And my name is Mr. Tack Pans. I'll spell it out. Okay, and they can probably find me somewhere. And my email is yeah. I'm gonna have to give you this. Yeah, I'm just gonna write that out because everybody knows it, right? Am I allowed to do this or not? Make a banner like that and go like this. Yeah, so I'm just asking. Oh my God. Wow. I spelt it out for them. Whoop, 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 and they can't even spell it out. Wow. You see, the AI is not, there's certain things in AI that we do um, that are never going to come out. Then just write Gmail at gmail.com and you don't have to put in my email address. So I'm telling, listen to what I told them. They said, we can't include your Gmail address. I said, okay. So just put at gmail.com because my name, okay, because my name is my Gmail address. Like, hello, hello. No, just create the banner for me, please. Make it look like it comes from outer space or something, but make it readable. I didn't say edible. Said make it readable. Yeah, so I'm not sure where we were. Yeah, I wanted to talk again about electric company, waterworks, and what I understand and what I comprehend from what it is electric company and waterworks and monopoly, connecting to number 13, connecting to number 29. 13 connects to the 13th moon. The 13th moon only exists because of what? Because of your birth, because of connecting 616. Why would they put, I mean, it's too many coincidence why they would put NFL and CFL football to score 6 points in 1 point. Why would it be like the chickens laying 6 days in 1 day, where it's a 21-day hatching period, where 7 and 3 are relevant together because they're 404 away. We need computer repairs. Every fourth zodiac sign will stay inside the house of reputability. Why? Because it's in every single house. What is it? Fire, earth, air, and water. How do they come into the house? Mutable, cardinal, fixed, dragged right into the house. But they divided everything up pretty much equally. How do you know? Because of the numbers. 3, 6, 9, 12, 2, 5, 8, 11, 1, 4, 7, 10. That's how I know. How'd you figure that out? Because of the numbers. You told me the words. I figured it out mathematically. I put your words into mathematical order. Well, can you show me the seventh gate? I sure can. I'm going to take Aries over to Virgo, and we're going to get the seventh gate. Well, what about if I wanted to go the other way through the seventh gate? Well, then I'd have to get on the boat in Pluto and run all the way to Mars. What do you mean? Yeah, that's halfway. Well, 1 and 6, right? Aries and Virgo, 1 and 6 are the letters A and F. And when the French say it, you always say they're thinking about half of something. And when they say the word half of Earth in French, it could possibly be saying after, right? Half of Earth after, or also half of Earth or Africa. In the word Africa, the FRI are 699, and the pig is 799. The other side of what is if we had to measure two sides, then the opposite side of the wholesome of all sides would be Africa. So how do I calculate what opposite is? Is it opposite this way in front of me? Or is it opposite that I'm standing up here and you're below? What is that opposite? How do I achieve that opposition? Oh, yeah, yeah. Plenty of rest. Oh, plenty of rest, plenty of food. Plenty of rest, plenty of food. I'm just looking through all the thing is the food I want to eat and the food I'm eating, my imagination, I have food for thought. And you get into the kitchen and all of a sudden, yeah, yeah, and you have to spend time cooking, and food is good. And then, well, food is part of the amusement, is it not? Usually it's fun when you go out. I remember these days. I mean, because when I was a child, and I want to refer back to when we were kids, right? Because somehow, some way, as you get older, we can forget something that actually most never do, is when I was younger, because it was always when I was younger, because that was yesterday. So now you think about the burger. What's so great? Does anybody know what's so great about the hamburger? Right? It's how many the hamburger and the French fry, and the relish, and the little extra thinking, So you walk in there, and it's a great friend of yours. The relish, the mustard, the ketchup, the onions, right? And you want it, and you know what? And yeah, so we were talking about the J and the Q, 10 and 17, 27. Okay, so yeah, so what is relish? Relinquish. What is relish? Is relish religion? I don't know. So what is mustard? What is mustard? What is a must? What is must? What is the must word? What is the relish? I mean, the religion, or was it the ketchup? Or did you have the ketchup? I don't know. You'll get around the things, right? The onion rings, I'll get around the things. Like, so when I'm putting the hamburger and the ketchup together, and I used to like to go to Harvey's, right? Harvey's is almost a slight connection to Harley's, right? The wings of life. Harvey, Harley. So how does Harvey's, that represents the hamburger, but also in most part, Harvey's was representing that it was barbecued. So that was 22 and 17. And I don't know, but it has something to do with the birth of my nephew. He was born on the 7th of January, 2022. And and when he was born, and she had that necklace on, I was looking at it. I go, that's pretty weird. I go, we stand on 17, and then on 22, it's too late, right? 17 and 22. 22 You have to be below 22 and 17 and over, right? In blackjack. It also equals to barbecue will be 25 and 25 and 10. Wow. Barbecue is the angel of 60. Wow, this is amazing. Let me see if I did this right. Something's got to be wrong. There's no way I got this right. 21. Yes, I got it right. It's like we're the Venus barbecue chicken, right? A lot of barbecue chicken out there. And on the 6th day, I'm just putting together not only numbers, but things that I saw in my life time. And in the GER is inside the word REG, regulations, REG, and NIGREG, right? REG and IG coming together. Both REG and NIG are 5, 9, and 7. And you know what it does when you put them together? You get this. But inside this, to complement the word, so when I associate this word to that, have you ever heard of the German Shepherd? The German she is the light. In French, when you put these letters together like phare or like pharaoh, pharaoh is the light. Pharaoh is the light in half the world. She is like he because they connect the heavens, okay, to the spirit of the light. She. It's the two heavens. It's the two wives of Abraham. The GER, like in this word over here, right, is the black light. The word equals the word itself. The passage is within. Don't say the word. Don't play with the word. Don't write the word. But they can say the word. But when I look at this part of the word, you know what this one tells me? This one says regular. You know, like when you get nicotine, right? And you're buying cigarettes, they go regular, you want this kind and this kind. But, you know, I just remember they used to write that, right? So are they saying regular? In short, are they going re to G? So what are they saying about that? What are they saying actually about saying re to G? I don't know. But E and G, right? E and G, male and female, the sun and the moon coming together, the energy passage coming together. And what is it coming together? Through the three areas of creation. The R is 666, right? And when it brings the three of them to creation, to join them together, the R is that part of the 13. 616 is the 13. When you bring the life into the game, when you bring the life into the game, you bring the 13th one in. The M letter, the 13th, the one that's crowned, the king comes in. It comes in through Jack, right? The letter R also represents king in French. So we are the jacks, but we become the king. The added extra card at the end, although we come in through Aquarius, we all become the heads of Aries. Aries is the basis of everything. It's Janu Aries for me. For me, it's February Aries, right? Oh, let me see this a second. Hold on a second. I'm just sharing something with myself. Sorry to break this up in the middle. Definitely, definitely not fair. Right? Definitely not fair. But okay, now I don't know if it worked or not. No, it didn't work here. Just give me a second. 1 second. I'm looking to take something off my background. I don't like to break the storytelling. Just lately, the system is not working the same way. Oh yeah, I just made that. I just wanted to put that up in the background. They made it way too big. You know what it told me, right? It said ChatGPT said to me, "We can't do that for you. We can't write your email address." I says, "Okay." I says, "Okay." So just put it blank and just put at gmail.com. But everybody can figure out that Mr. Tackpans is who it's being sent to. I mean, go figure that out, no? So how do you think that came out? I can hear y'all screaming in the background. My question is, when they drew this out, why did they put those points in on the letters? Why did they put those dips in? What are they trying to show? What is the angle? I mean, there's others that understand why we have this, right? Is there an overflap to it? Is it something that's built inside? So anyways, we're going to get back to the main channel here. I don't like when I can't see anyone for some reason. Just want to get back to this. This is much brighter. Much brighter. Oh, I'm so much happier. We're less people now. Very stressing when you're more than two. So yeah, so let's take this out of the way. Let's take a cup of this. I'm just for the fun of it. I never do this. Wordle. Has anybody ever played Wordle before? I never do this, but I'm just taking a little break for like 2 seconds and see if we can do this Wordle. So we can do anything we want. TRIPS. Whoop. S. Whoop. S. S. H. E. A. A. Wow, that's hard. That's hard. That's hard to do like that. Stick around. I'm just changing it up a little bit. Right? Just SHAME. Wow. So we're gonna use CHASE. Ding 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 ding. How does it make you feel? I'm a champion. I'm a champion. There you go. Somebody did it and sent it to me. Okay. Somebody sent it to me. Okay. Somebody sent it to me. Can you believe it? And they got it in two. So sometimes I just go on to, I just type it in and I type in all the green boxes on this. So I'll just go and type in all the green boxes. Hello, Nicole, who just joined or just came in and just left. For all those ACV, S&M, Reggie Star. Reggie Star. Yeah, register, 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 register. Yes. And then everything, why does everything seem to link? Or maybe because I was set on this track, or maybe because the whole entire world is on a track that we shouldn't be on. So maybe the track, the last track to send us off into outer space would be this cube. So if this was the last track to send us into outer space, what would be the complete opposite of everything that's happening with this cube? I'd like to go have my one. I need my one. Aquarius, the rat, Taurus, the ox, Gemini, the tiger, Cancer, the rabbit and the cat passing through the gateway. Communication begins between these two. Angels, gateway, hooking up the 88 constellations, hooking up the energy from creation through Mars. The Beta House, ABC, 13, connecting to Jupiter, connecting the heart of 360 degrees. Connecting to 18, 1 through 18 is 171, double gateway where R&R takes place. We complete it right here. We join into the oceans above. If I'm working by 7s, and this one I'm working by 13s. So if I'm working from 12 in, and I'm working from 1 out, and when I join right over here. I join in the spirit of 76 between Virgo and Scales. 18 and 19, the equator joins 18 and 19. So if you join 18 and 19, you join 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. That's what sits at the equator, with the heart of the equator sitting over here. Here is the letter R and S. Now, if I move this around, I can move this around, but I'm going to leave it where it is right now. I can move it into the 360-degree alphabet, but I will not. Number 19 is going to equal to the 57 moon. This one here and this one here. Okay, both going to have, this one is going to connect the moon, number 7. This one's going to connect Mars, the E world, because of number 17. Number 17 in its third dimension equals to 51. We come down here. Here's here, 51, 15, 51, 33 by 47. When time and life come together, time and area space occupies time, time occupies area space, equals to life. 3 and 5. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 equals to 1 and 2 equaling to what is 3. So what is 1 and 2 equaling to 3? 13 and 14 is not 27. Whoops, it is. 25 and 26 is not 51. Whoops, it is. 61, where was it? 37 and 38 is not 65. Oh, you see this, and this one, it doesn't work, right? 25 and 26 equals to 51. Did I make a mistake? No, I didn't. It doesn't work at 37 and 38, eh? That's where it runs into 37 and 38 is 75. Oh, yeah, it does right there. 75. So if I add 1 and 3 up, like 121 and 123, that should be, well, I don't get that high anywhere. So if I go 61 and 63, that would be 124. And 1 and 3 equals to 4, and 124 is found down here. So when you start associating, and now what is this? Every time you go through a year, the next year after, in your cycle of 4 years, 313, I need 16-year cycles, your block cycle. Okay, according to the Hebrew, a block cycle should be 19. 19 by 19 is 361. It means you end on 18. What is the great importance of 18? 18 by 18, okay, is 324. C and X is a complete reverse alphabet. 18 by 18, 324, a reverse alphabet. 18 plus 18, okay, is going to equal to 36 plus 324 is going to equal to 360 degrees. You can't get any more perfect. This is a reflection of half. The tetrahedron is a reflection of half. The tetrahedron is twice this, equaling that the whole of what a tetrahedron is, it's a whole of a part of what we are half of. This is only, there's 1,440 minutes in a day. The house of quarters, the house of thirds, how number 3 and 4 work together. But irrelevant to that fact, that when we play Monopoly, I'm going to just be putting this, I'm going to be putting this on a stilt. So in a second, I'm coming back. In a second, I'm just setting this up. How's everybody doing? The music is low. Let's listen to back this music. I love this music. I'm just looking for my phone right now. Just give me a second. Just give me a second to set up. Okay. Okay. See if I can move this camera out. Just give me a second to breathe for a second. Oh, okay. So we spoke before the 91st day. The Mayans, let me see if I can get this up here also. Okay. I'm trying to understand the complete missing parts and why they use certain numbers. And I already know, right? Hold on a second. I wanted to show you something else. Here. I don't know where this comes from. I've worked on it once before, why it's set up this way. So if you take a look, it ends on number 12, right? There is no number 13 in here. So if you add them up, yes, there is a number 13. Sorry, this is number 13, right? So this is what the algorithm of their work would be. Now, when you take a look at this, right? I'm going to see if I can get this a little bit bigger, and I think I have it on my screen. Just give me a second to show you it and explain it. Okay, I thought I had it in here. I don't know where it is. I don't know which one of the pictures it is. So it's going to take me a while to find it. I might not be able to do it. So just give me a second. Yeah, here it is. Yay, found it. Yay. So when you look at this, right? See where number 13 shows up? This is what? How can I box this in? See, it goes, look, it goes all the way here. It goes all the way to 13 and then all the way to 7. So every single one, it's 20 by 13. Do you see this? 20 by 13, 260, right? So what you can be doing is you can be running the 13 parts of the alphabet, right? You can be running the 13 parts of the higher and the lower 13 parts of the alphabet. Since there's no 13, and there's also 13 moons. So can you duplicate and give every single moon, right, 2 letters in the alphabet? Can we do that? And then we're going to take the 13 moons and we're going to do exactly with the zodiac signs. We're going to make mutable moons. In fact, not make them mutable moons, but maybe we'll call them monkey moons. Maybe we'll call them yellow moon fever, right? We're going to give it all kinds of, wow, we're just one person here. That's okay. I have to just. You know what's funny? I think I'm going to come back because we're only one person, right? It says we're nobody, right? So I'm going to get off and I'm going to come back. I want to check something. It seems like, I don't know, we were 15, 16 yesterday, but I know everybody's working right now. So actually, I can't come back. I have to finish what I started. I have to sneeze. Hello, something. How are you? So, like when I say your name, every time I look at your name, all I keep thinking is somebody trying to say, how much did you win? Something won. Like, what did you win? Something won. Oh, what did you win? Something won. So, like, I think it's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Something Wong talent. 33 following, 1,000 followers, board chairman, CFO. Well, how can we get this off the ground? What I do is work. How can we take this off the ground? Anybody got any suggestions? I'm looking to see if I can get that background picture. Oh yeah, I wanted to shrink that picture. Yeah, I'm going to tell my phone. Where's my phone? Just want to take my phone off of here. Can you take that picture and make it a little bit more transparent, add a little bit of yellow and violet into the sky, like a see-through bluish yellow violet sky with a dash of orange, sparkly orange black in the corners, and raise it up to where the picture, I want the bottom part of the picture to show total total blackness, right? Total blackness, and right, or with lines, just with lines, flat, empty spaces, right? Or quadrilles. Yeah, make the bottom of the picture just quadrilles. Make the quadrilles navy blue and a dark gray. Yeah. So what happens is this. This is what happens, right? We're just me and you. Hey, we're just me and you. Look at that. So here's the reverse alphabet. Since I have to put this out, and I think we're 500 million people here right now, I still have to put this out. So we're going to go over this again. This comes from the Mayans. The Mayans run a 20-day grid. The Mayans, right? I'm going to see if I can make this smaller so I can get it all on the screen. Right? Hold on. I lost my mouse. Okay. Yeah, so I wanna just move this back. So yeah, so I'm just gonna shrink that up so we can see it properly. Oh man, yeah, maybe I can bring in both pictures at the same time. Let me see where the other one is. Wow, what happened to the picture? Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Copy image. And like, yeah, I can move this here and then I can paste that here. Okay. So now I got these two up here. So you can see, and I know it's not clear. I know it's not clear. And I know there's millions of you in the crowd. You're screaming and yelling. Yeah, let me see. So the starting point, first of all, let me do this. All right. And then let me do this. Let me do this. What I'm going to do, I think so this is what I'm going to do. So hold on a second. I think I'm going to do this. Okay. So this wheel has 20 that goes around, 7 and 13. 7 represents the week. 13 represents the 13 moons, or it can represent whatever you feel like it represents. This is how the association. In this haven, okay, to justify its own reality, right? Now, I'm not sure if I can divide this by a number that I want to, right? So let me just want to see something over here. Wow. Do you know that 999,999 divided by 22 equals to 45, 45, 45, 45, 45? It's a freaking passage. Wow. What if it was 88? What if it was 33? 33 is 30303. There's just certain numbers that you can divide by it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so this one, over here is divisible by 7. All these numbers here, okay, is because this one over here got divided by 7 and then get multiplied, okay, by 2, by 3, by 4, by 5, by 6. Or at the same time, what you can do, okay, in order to get that number, in order to reflect on the Mayans, is 999.99 divided by 7 equals 142. When you come up to this over here, you can see 142 in the first position. So you come back over here, that's by 7. Imagine the 7th one ends up in the first position. Number 7 is in the first position. Now what you do is you take away the 7 and you put the 8. Whoop, is that the right number? Just let me see. Whoop, whoop, whoop. No. No, I think I did it backwards. Whoop, we're okay. Whoop, okay, there. I'm having trouble. Just let me put my calculator a little higher so we can. Okay, there it goes. 142,857, right? So we go up here, 142,857. Now this is what we do. We come back here and we multiply it by what? 2. 285, 741. Look at that. Number 2, 2 position. Okay, we do it again. We go backwards and we put 3. 428, 571, 428, 571, 3. 4, 571, 571, 428. Can you see it? Can everybody see this? 5, 714, 285, 714, 285. So you divide it by 7 or a number, and then you multiply it by all the other numbers to find out its comfort zone. You take whatever you want from 999 and you find its comfort zone. So if you do this by 6, it's 857. Look at that. And on the 6th day, right? And on the 6th day, and then 7. Whoop. And then 7. 990, 999. Who are you? Are you this? 142, 857. Who's calling me? This number here goes in rotation. If I rotate this number, right, this number will rotate. Would you like to see how this number rotates with this number? I can show you the full rotation with each number, but it's always going to start with this in this formation. 7 times this, or it'll be 6 times this, or 5 times this. Each number, all of this will rotate to each number equally. And you notice inside of this, there is no 3, 6, and 9. And when you total out each side of this, this is going to equal to 7. This side is going to equal to 20. 27 is the total. 20 and 7. The 20th letter and the 7th letter in gematria, right, is 77. It would be 777, noted to be the day, the week, the power of the Christ. But it comes to number 49, and not 52. It's 49 plus 3. It's not equal. It's 3 plus 1 with the Father. Everybody comes with the Father because everybody comes under the breath of life. So we are all installed with the Father. This Father's the breath of life, right? Tells us the stories. Every time you breathe, you use your head. We've been dumbed down, our receivership. I'm going to read you this in a minute. I'm just going to turn this around for a second. Because I still didn't finish with the expression of the 29th day of February, Waterworks Electric Company, right? The pregnancy or the incoming, because on the 28th day is the moon cycle, right? When we have the cycle, we have the 28 days. And the word is also a period. They also use this word when you write sentences out. You put a period at the end. So therefore you start over again, a new sentence. If you don't put an end to it, there's a story that's being written. So for those who have been here and most have not, I'm going to take the story from here because it's a continuous when I re-upload it. That the 13th area in Monopoly. So we finished with this, right? 7 and 13 are very prominent with the Mayans. 13 is 616. 13 can connect the 13 moons. It can connect the first 2 weeks before we have our next day of rest. So to average out to take 2 weeks into consideration under 1 day of rest for the Lord, to take in 3 weeks into consideration, to where that after the, so where after, I think I have to write this out, right? I think I'm gonna have to write this out to explain it. So where you have the, so you have 6 and 1, and then you have 6. And then you have 1 and 6. And then you have 1 day of rest. And then you have 6. Then you have 1, then you have 6, then you have 1, then you have 6. You have this one, and then you have this one, then you have this one, then you have this one. You know, on the 4th day of rest, on that singularity, right? On the 4th day of rest, that would be 28 days. And on that 28th day, there's no more rest. The oceans begin to brew. Either you're going to end the sentence and the phrase and put a period at the end of that cycle, or a child will be born, okay, on the commencement after the end of that cycle. Once you end the 28 days, now this is what's happening. 6 equals 6, okay? 1 plus 6 equals 7, plus 6 equals to 13, plus 1 equals to 14, plus 6 equals to 20, okay? Plus 1 equals to 21, plus 6 equals to 27, and I have a mistake somewhere. Do I have a mistake somewhere? Oh, no, I don't. And 1 equals to 28, okay? So there's a couple of ways in counting, right? If you're counting to get up your 7 days to the 28, why I said is because as we spoke, once you reach the 4th part of the cycle, everything turns over to the other side on the 4th part of the cycle. So when you have your first part of your cycle, you have 6 days and 1 day. equaling to the seventh day. On the next part of the cycle, you have 6 days, right? Here's your 3 parts. You're at 13, 616. Now you continue on, you're at 14. In the first part, it's 6 and 1, 7. It becomes 13. These 3, it becomes 14. It becomes 8. Counting the 4, counting the 3, counting the 3, counting the 4. And as we go on counting the 3s and counting the 4s, it's the same corridor. It makes them equal at the end. 3, 4. 4 by 3 is 12. 3 by 4 is 12. Just works out that way. One is in thirds. The other one is in quarters. It's just the way the 2 worlds work. One has 3 sides and a floor. The other has 4 sides and 2 floors, I think it is. I think one is 6 right at the end. I have to think about it. I think one has 6 sides and one has 4 sides. So when you say Zion Israel, it's 4 sides and 6 sides. Let me mark that down. The square versus the Y. This is 3 times. This is 4 times. This is 6 sides. This is 4 sides. Tetrahedron, 4 sides. Evaluation and movement by 3s. Hexagon. Questionable. This is more like the window with this one. This one over here, we can turn this into 6 sides. We can call it the cube. This is number 4. This is number 3. So I'm getting a little confused because right now inside of this one, I said 4 sides. So I can have 3, 3, 3, 3, but 3 opposite sides equals to 6. So it seems like it sort of tells me that if 3 opposite sides equals to 6 and 4 sides, okay, when we have 4 sides, that equals to 8 corners. This one equals to 4 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4 corners. This one equals to 4 corners. Wait, this one equals to 4 corners. It's not really the Y, it's the tetrahedron the way I see it. So the 4 plateau, when I turn this into a cube, right? When I turn this into a cube, if I double up this turns into a cube. So I'm just like getting like a little side swiped here. So let's do this again. 4 sides and 3 sides. Tetrahedron has actually 4 sides. A cube actually has 6 sides. 4 and 6 do come together in the word Zion Israel. 4 and 6 come together and explain the federation. The federation is 4, 5, and 6, right? They are number 3. They are 3 and 8. Wow. They are the ones controlling the gold. They're the ones controlling the cube. They're the ones controlling all the 11s going on. Whenever it's going on for you, somehow, somewhere, it's going on for them. Why do I say this? Does anybody know anything about 1111, where it comes from? I'm going to explain it to you, even though I know the 2 that are here already know. I'm going to have to make like a private class so that we all are up to date, telling me what you know, and you can redo what I do, because it takes a lot out of me to explain everything. It just does. It just does. The 616 rotation I spoke about is, they say we came here on the 6th day. I sometimes try to relate it to things that are going on. I can relate it to the football game. I can relate it. Why the football game? For the 36 inches. Why for the 36 inches? For the 3 rulers. What do you mean the 3 rulers? Yeah, Pharaoh and Caesar. No, not those rulers. The 12-inch rulers, right? The 12-inch rulers, right? Teacher would slap the desk with that 12-inch or that yardstick. They would slap the rulers for the 3 laws. the basics of 3 laws. All the 3 laws you actually need. There's one law that you need for sure, and the one law will explain the 2 laws. And what's the law you need? To use your head. That's it. Law number 1 explains the 2 other laws. No more need said. Okay, it should just be instinctive to know that when you're driving down the highway and there's another car coming, somehow someone's on the wrong side of the road. Slow down, move over. Something's wrong with the system. All of a sudden, something's wrong with the system. I'm calling the system right now. I'm here alone, and deep down, I'm crying inside because there's something wrong in the system. You want to fix the system? You believe in God, okay? You tell the Lord there's something wrong with the system, right? You're saying, God, there's something wrong with the system. They're saying there's no one out there, but you know what? If we're all energy and we can all think together, we can all send back the message, and the Lord's going to say, well, you haven't proven it to me. What do you mean? Well, you're still shopping, right, at all these super manufacturers, giving all your hard-earned cash to one source. You're all accepting the source, and you're still going there instead of cutting your corners from things that you love. Well, then who benefits at this time? The ones with the imagination, they benefit. They need a book, a pen, right, or a USB for $13 and all month. What about the people who don't have any of this stuff? Well, then they're outside playing in the yard, not thinking about any of this stuff, but not losing their time to it. So they're already helping to save the planet, and they're already crying out. And you can't save them no matter what you do unless you cry out yourself. And where do you cry out to? You can still have your fun, but in between your fun, choose wisely, because this is the last time you'll be able to choose on your own and get away with it. That is very ironic that you put Watchtower. I don't know why you put Watchtower. Wow. And I still want to get to the 91st day. Everybody knows about 6. 6 times 1, 6. 3 times 2, 6. 4 times 6, 6. 5 times 3, 6. 7 times 6, 6. And 8 times 3, 6. So what number did you not use? You used 1, used 2, used 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You didn't use 9. Can you do it with any other number? No, you can't. Only with 6. Can you do it with 7? I got 7. 1 times 7 is 7. I got 3 times 7 is 21. I don't know why I was doing that. I got 4 times 7 is 28. Right? I got 7 times 7 is 49. I got 8 times 7 is 56, right? So when I'm trying to go 2 times 7 is 14, 1 and 4 is 5. So I can't get as many 7s with 7 other than 1 times 7 equals to 7. And that's all I get. I can get 3 7s equals to 21. You know, I can get 7 turning into number 1. I can get 7 turning into 3. I get 7 turning into 8. I got 7 turning into all the numbers. And then with all the numbers created from 7, right, I can turn into 6. 6 is everywhere. The 24th letter and the base of creation is C. 324, 18 by 18. The separation of the area I like to call orangutan right now. Area orangutan. So if we start hearing the word orangutan, think about, you saw it painted here first. Orangutan. You also know that with the orangutan, you will get numbers 3, 5, and 7. That is the nugget. So think of the golden nugget, or backwards, it's GUN. Why? GUN is 735, right? Orangutan is, why was that? Yes. And then you're going to get what is a combination of some of what they call bad numbers. A number done, something done without a point. When something's done without a point, it means that something's dangerous. But what if something was done for a point? It has to be a point. For you, a point in the game is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 is not a point, possibly a warning, right? It's a barring in the zodiac, number 13. Okay, a barring in the zodiac. 6 and 6 come together. Why is it a barring in the zodiac? When 6 and 6 railroad tracks come together, they come together at the 7th gate. They connect 5 and 7. So don't leave that out. I forgot about this one for years. When 66 comes out on a dice cube, right, you automatically bring up number 13. Just let me think this again. 6 and 6 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 3, 13. I have to look at this again. Yes. Okay, I have to see why. Okay. I'm not going to forget this. Where's my phone? On my lap. I still want to show you that Mayan stuff, the 13 and 7, how the 13 and the 7 fit into the 91st day. When you finish counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, okay, when you finish counting the first 13 cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. When you count all the first 13, you're counting the angels. Your first 3 groups of cards, 1 through 13 equals to 39. It takes any combination of the 3 suits of cards or any combination of card plus the diamond card, okay, will bring you on to your angel. Why? 1 through 13 equals to 91. This is why I say you take the first breath of the spirit within the soul on the 91st day that you come into the pregnancy, right? In this game, the only time you can get the injection, what they call the pre-moon electric moon sun cycle within the game in order to plug up to the EV units to plug up, right, in the game. I like to call it game because we're in this game mode here. And when you want to give life into a game character, it has to be the 29th day is recognition that in the game it didn't spill any oil on the floor, so it didn't have its menstruation in this instance because it was born under the divided sun, where it was a penetration into the Oval Office where man sat down and generated the rest of the nest egg of the universal spirit angel that's about to I am pre-giantize myself. I am preg, right? G, giant, giant ant. I will become a little fish into a giant ant. Listen to me speak. My pineal gland, it's shining like a man in armor. Over here, look at the giant I am. I was like a little fish. I jumped into the egg and I went like swimming in that, I don't know, it was chia seeds or something. I went swimming in all them chia seeds. Woohoo! Got right in there, eh? And so here I am today. I was saying, Dad, go for it, Dad, go for it, Dad, go for it, Dad. Like on that night, it was like January. It's really cold outside in January. And I said, Dad, go for it. I'm ready to come down. I'm all excited. I signed the contract, my monkey signature. You know, Griff, at the Griff, I signed my contract for life. I'm coming here for life. They told me they'll take away everything, but at least I know I'm coming back. Once I realize I'm here and I understand, and I just had to remember one word, and the word was I am, right? I just knew through those words of Father. I just knew that it was about the cube. I knew it was about number 6. I knew it was about 9 and 6. I knew it was about 33, 9 and 6. And now I put all those numbers together, so I know. I knew, and on that January cold day, and I was praying because I wanted to be one of those January 1st babies. And I was born on the 277th day, and that's the middle of the week of the 40th week. So I'm like the December 31st, January 1st. I'm like one of those celebrating New Year's, baby. Exactly on that date, on that timeline, right, of 1962, 1963. I'm one of those, right? And yeah, that's me. Right, that's me. And did you know that there's a number, right? Like there's a number. Check this out. 2024, 2028, right? 2032, 2036. So the leap year, though, just thinking about the leap year just for a second, right? That the leap year shifts everything. The leap year is going to shift fire sign, right? Like last year was the leap year, so I'm going to call it the fire sign. So call every leap year a fire sign, or right there's and don't forget there's right there's in a block there's 4 leap years in a block. And if every block meant something, like a base in baseball, imagine if I put 4 balls here and 4 balls here and 4 balls here. I know every base can only hold a man with 4 balls. So when you're playing baseball and you have a man on base, that man only got to that base because he has 4 balls. So the man that got the second base, he has 4 balls. And the man that got the third base is because the man who was at the plate had 4 balls himself. So now we have 3 men on and we have 12 balls at the same time. 3 men and 12 balls. Now all these balls are now purple because the 12 ball and the 3 ball in pool, 12 balls, 3 men. No, 12 and 3, 12 and 3. Yes, the 12 is a 3. Okay, so that makes sense. Now there's one more man coming to the plate. Everybody wants this man to have 4 balls. Sorry about that. I'm having trouble telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying? So once you get the 4th man up at the plate, we're hoping that this man has 4 balls himself. And lo and behold, a run is scored and a run gets knocked in because 12 balls before you, right? Imagine 12 balls after you. It's your 4 balls and then 12 balls, okay, that gave you a run, right? A run scored. So the 4th one, so the 4th person to have 4 balls, right, in that scenario of the 16 ball total is where the run comes in. And when the run comes in, run is noted as a sequence. So this is the first part of your sequence. How many balls can we go and up to what number of runs should we count until it's no longer needed anymore? And I'm going to run this up to the maybe 7 days a week, that if we did have another 4 balls, and that would be a total of 20 balls, we would have 2 runs. And then 24 balls, okay, is 6 men with 4 balls equals 24 balls. And 6 men, so that's 2 runs in, right? Wait a second, did I get that right? 16 balls is 1, 20 balls is 2, 24 balls, okay, is 3, 28 balls is 4. Okay, now check this out. Okay, so imagine the pitcher comes and throws 28 balls in a row. We have 4 runs. Is this right? 1, 2 runs score, 3 runs score, right? 4 runs score. Let's see if this is right. I don't know if this is right. 1 scores at 16, 2 scores at 20, 3 scores at 24. 3 men on base, 3 men come home. Okay. So this is what it was. I knew there was a mistake somewhere. I had to load the bases. When I loaded the bases, I needed to throw 12 balls. So each man has 4 balls. Now, this is an equation running up to the moon, right? Because once I get 28 balls and I run a moon cycle, right? The original 4 men, including the one who brought the first man home, okay, has now come home itself. Now we end the cycle of 10 on the 28 days. I leave 3 men on base all the time. Every time you end this cycle, 28 balls. And this is how that cycle works. This works for the Mars moon. 6 by 28, okay, equals to 168. Check this out. Look what this equation does. It creates a week in balls to the number of runs scored by bringing, I just have to see how many men came to the plate. Seven men came to the plate. Each man had 4 balls. 7 by 4 equals to 28. So you can see where the cycle of 7, 4, and 1 comes in, right? All you need is 1 point. Everyone made a point. The 7, the 4, and the 1. The 6 and the 3 comes in, right? The 24-hour day, 6 by 4 is 24 hours. 6 by 28 equals to 168, right? Separation of 4. Something is 4 to 1. The moon cycle is 4 times the week cycle. So I'm just going to be looking at it this. And it's 4 balls and it's 3 strikes. We can work this the other way. But when it works to strikes, right, it's going to be 9 strikes. The inning is over. This is infinite. I missed the halfway point. 13 for 39 Angels is talking about 7, 7, 7, right? You need to connect the entire cube, right? We connect the entire cube 7, 7, 7, and the upper world is all 13s. So we connect the faces by connecting the entire faces, right? Although on this one, right, I only have 10, 10. On this one, right, I can connect, right? Can I connect to the void? You see, can I connect to the void with this? If I can connect to the void with this and connect to the void with this, am I connecting to the void with this? So I do it here because I get a little complicated here. Because with this, when I have this, right, I'm showing that I can connect 7 and 3. I'm also showing 7 more. When I show off this 7, this is the way I see it. I show the 2 that are relevant, that you can see, and the 7 that you can't by showing you this 2. So now if I want to do any combination within here, I'll then put this and say, this is my combination. Calculator. This is a calculator. Calculator and telephone, not the same. See the 1 and 7 is 8. 2 and 8 is 10. 9 and 3 is 12. 8, 10, 12. Scorpio, Capricorn, Pisces, when I double them up, right? Is there a possibility that, I have to look into the sky, right, to understand when somebody explains to me whether or not there's any kind of reflection or refraction or something going on within the sky itself, creating 3 more zodiac signs, in which we're all privy to, having the eyes we have, right? But it's a circuitry, because I don't have 12. So how do I make 12? Well, I don't. There is no 12. We're counting it as 12, right? But according to the truth about the zodiac, is there's 12. It's like hockey teams, right? There's 32 hockey teams in the league, and it's crazy the way the hockey teams are set up with divisions, the Atlantic division, this division. All these are expressions of our telecommunication. Everything is about everything that has ever been thought. But in this world, right, it's not only the thinking, it is also the occupation and the doing. In order to not do and to do in this world, you are forced to do something you don't want to do. Every single day of every single year, you are forced to do something you want to do. You want to breathe. You want to enjoy life. 13 times 7, 91, the spirit. 91st day communication, the 4th month, the first day, the day of the fish, the day of where the sperm and the egg come together and is celebrated as the 2 calendars meet. They understand that the meeting point is at 13 and 7, where they run a 616, 616, that not only can we do this in our week, but we can run a 616 overlapping into the zodiac. The same zodiac, right? Imagine 616 is 13 and 6 and 1 is 7. You ever think of it? They run into each other. It equals to 13. We become that Aquarius Jack, playing out the role or playing within the role through the Queen and the King. We've been crowned, right? We've been crowned in this world, either here or we've been crowned to the breath that we take in this correctional center is I don't know if it's, you can say it's being altered, but we were delayed. We're like a delayed pregnancy or something, or we're premature, right? In this professional world, we were all born premature, right? In order to develop what we actually needed, maybe should have taken 12 months in the womb and not just 9. Right? Maybe people would have thought twice. That's a phrase I should never be saying at all. I'm not sure if I should be saying this, or first of all, I still think we all had to sign, an agreement to come down here of our choice. and we chose to be this, or we were forced back down here for a second time because of certain choices we made the first time, right? And we didn't want to come here. And if I had to come down here again and I had to write certain things down, and if I didn't want to come back down, or what I would say and what my reasons would be, is I would, and if I had a part of the memory to remember what happened in this life that I lived down here, but not totally everything, I would definitely want to be a balance again. But I don't want to come to the same kind of world. I don't think I'd want to live here for any reason at all. I wouldn't want to come back to Cuba again. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about Cuba, but I mean, I think that one of the biggest hidden secrets is inside of New Zealand. Another big hidden secret is at Cuba. The other thing I wanted to mention, yeah. So what's ironic about this, right? This is when 3 men and 3 men and 6 is everything, right? This is when 3 and 3 before we cross through the gateway. So before I cross through the gateway, I have 24. But here, when it's over and I'm crossing back to the dugout, I get 9. 2 times 3 times 4, 24. 2 plus 3 plus 4, 9. 4, 3, 2 equals to this. 6 times 4, 24. 6 plus 4 is 10. 10, 24, same corridor. Same corridor. 6 and 4, same corridor. 1 and 3 have a bounding corridor. Within it, that's where Jacob's ladder is. What's happening with Jacob's ladder, I don't know, but it's absolutely perfect for the numbers, for the expression. And the expression is 11, 11, 11. I mentioned before, I will explain where 11, 11, 11 comes from. It comes from the blank of this face. The blank of this face, where there's nothing on this face until you paint something. And I painted 9 dots. And then I painted it on this face here, but on this face, although it's smaller, I only painted 4. But if I would have painted them all, there would have been 9. So I didn't paint 5 of them. And they're mad. They're upset. See, the same one is over here. 9 and 9. This one's just a mini me. You know, a mini me, a maxi me. So whatever you look at, spin it any which way. And when I stop it, what will the total count be of what you can see and what you can't see? Right? And we're 3 people here, so I'm not doing a survey. The 91st day of the year. The reverse, where's the 260 plus 13, 273. Okay. So when you get to your 91st day of the year, you will have 273 days left over for the rest of the moons. There will be a total between here and here, okay, a total of how many moons? There will be 10 moons missing 1 day. From airborne, 273 is 3 times 91, which when you become your first breath into your soul through, in this game, through putting oil into the tank, right? The first breath you get for electricity into this tank through the mother of the game, right, is on the 92nd day, finishing 91 days. On this 91st day, it becomes March 31st in my game. 31313117. 1315, 3137, father and mother of the game, the energy and the matter. The 91 spirit, 1 through 945, the passage and the energy and the brightness through the breath to energize the sun within. Burnt orange, orange and red, numeric value for the short system of the numeric value of the alphabet, S1, U3, E5 equals the sun. It also splits the pool balls as the 13 and the 5 ball split and is orange. It also is another split, the split in the alphabet at 13.5. In fact, it's all the splits. Anything splits and everything splits between 3 and 4 at 3.5. 3 times 3.5, the hand of God. It says Yod Hey. Yod Hey. But a combination of Gimel Dalet is very strong. Same corridor. Gimel Dalet, Zayin Vav. Gimel Dalet, Zayin Vav. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to figure out the game, you know.
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
I've seen your live a few times.
Hold on, my sound is off. I can't hear. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I have to lower the other music.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, so with you discussing numerology and you have a thing there that says alphabet anomalies, have you made any ties with your language and numerology research with the Tower of Babel?
Okay. I only find things when people ask me questions to do the search. Otherwise, I don't think of everything. So, just to let you know, is that a short way to get my way out of this or what? Okay, no, what is it again?
The Tower of Babel in the Bible.
Oh, Tower of Babel. Okay,
Yeah.
Babel.
Yeah.
And how do you spell it?
This is Babel.
Okay, so I just like to follow some of the terminology that those who know about wording in the Bible and how they express things. Usually I work through conversations where they talk about something and they say words. When words speak about something, there's hidden stories within the chosen words to speak about that are actually not verbs, but become verbs because I understand how it was chosen through the numbers. I can just look at Babel as looking at its dimension, that we start off with B-A-B, which is not father, but starting off with mother inside of it. But it's starting off with the two mothers because I use the A letter, okay, to split the house. The A and E shows me about the split haven. That's what it does show me, okay? And the tower is reminding me of this because it's a split tower. There's two sides to it. The tower is this way. There's two towers leaning two opposite ways. They're like that. That's what I understand through my work, right? That's the first thing to start with. Inside a tower, I know I like to look with some of the etymology in it. Inside the T and O together, I know there's an energy station connected to the moon. So right away, I'm going to relate this to the moon. Why I said this is the 20th and the 15th letter came together. They're divisible by 5. Okay, in my work, I find 5 is the communication and power center located between the 5 and the 7. And that's where this entire word is huge, because R9 is going to be a representation of a flat area space, an occupation of an area space going horizontal. This is where the R comes in. The E is going to be energy. So I'm going to look at one area space. I get this off of here. I don't know if I'm explaining this properly, but you see this, right?
Yeah.
So we know this is understood as being, because I look at items differently. I don't see them. I went to school with this. I can't use it for what they say. They have indoctrinated into me to show me number 18, right? And 18 is this plane going across. And 90 is what splits the plane. And it's just ironic that every number divisible by 7 okay, will always add up to 27, sorry, 27, okay, which is 147,852 equals to 27. And no matter how I divide it by 7, I'm always going to get the same numbers. So 9 and 18 is 27. I know that I need one between two. Do you know what one between two means? Here's the
No.
area between two sides.
Okay.
So here's an ownership of an area. Here's an ownership of an area. Here's an ownership of an area. So if you always have one between two, so you automatically need 3 to start. If I don't put the propeller onto the plane in the center, and the center was going to be turning the wings. The center turns the wings of the two sides. This life will be giving life to these two lives, although this one will continue its 360 degrees. This will be a little bit different. So I have to make a proper propeller. I'm not putting one windshield wiper on the car. I need two ends of the wiper, right, to make that turn.
Right.
So I need one between two. With a lot said, one between two equals to 3, and the face of a square is 9. All faces of the square are 9. So if you have 3, there's 6 missing. So you're always going to have, in the base of all creation is 3 and 6, just to start with. But you came and you asked me about Babel. Right away, I see the word babe. Am I allowed to remove a letter? This is the way I do it, and I do remove letters, okay? Babe is the name of a pig, and it's things I grew up with. I think that if we're thrown bones to us, we're not only thrown bones in books, but I think if the Lord of the creator of the game did anything, it's a daily thing. From before you're born, from your parents and your grandparents, for everything that's ever happened that you've seen prior to your birth, to everything you've read from that day on, is part of the creator throwing something in your face. And that however you recognize it, well, that's going to be who you are. It's going to be your decision. So that's when I get back to the Tower of Babel. That's why I'm saying babe. I've seen that babe is part of the picture. It was a pig. The pig is the most power you can get in this world is the word pig. It's the greatest number you can ever have is pig. Okay? All the sides of these dice cubes, right, can be noted to be 977. What that means is when you see, I'm not sure where it is. If you see all the 9 areas, the 9 dots, right? You see all the areas, you see 7. Well, there's 2 you don't see. Here and here. You see 7 and 9, 7 and 9. There's 7 and 9 only on 2 of them. And that is the description of pig. It's 66. It's you awake and asleep, right? Anyways, whatever it is, okay, it's your communication with the breath in your heart. It's just you breathing. That's the big pig. It's your electrical system letting you breathe. So when I see the Tower of Babel and I think it's upside down, I think you're breathing in, and every breath you take and whatever you do with every thought you make becomes your Tower of Babel. And everything that can be heard or squawked out there, okay, you're going to have to make decisions upon this. So when other people say the Bible or the Tower of Babel, I don't know it for what it is. I just know from what you've told me that even in the word label, it's telling me about a balance. It's telling me about the B and the A, the 212. The 212 is a double creation. It's a 3-3 creation, and where this comes from is is BAB being 212. If I had to take this to Fahrenheit to Celsius, and the letter F and the letter C are actually reflections of 3 and 6, and again back to creation, well, that would be 100 Celsius, and 100 Celsius is 212. So 100 equals to the letter C for the base of all creation, because the base of all creation is AB equaling to C, and then recreating C again, which 3 sides of this cube in mirror will create 3 more sides of this cube. But it won't actually create 3 more sides, right? You see the way we see 3 by 3 as a face? but the actuality, it creates a cube within itself. There are 26 cubes to make this master. So I'm off. So let me see what the 5, 10, 22. Babel is 22. Babel is 22. The house of Vet, the animal house, the animal soul inside of Babel. The communication of the pig running in rotation by 3 by the cardinal signs, running by the cardinal signs. When you run by the pig, you run by the cardinal signs. You run by the cardinal, you run by the fixed, you run by the mutable signs. Your mutable, your fixed signs, they combinate. When they're working in towards communication between the houses, they run fixed and mutable. When they run towards creation, when they're in the creation mode, they run fixed and cardinal. When they run the mutable mode, I'm just trying to think, their combination runs into, I think when they're coming together, bringing all the worlds together, they're going to make Capricorn. They're going to create Capricorn through the Federation. This is where 6 and 4 comes in, right? Now look at this. 6 and 1 will create the lower house of 7, but 9 and 4 will create the upper house of 13. This is where your mutable and cardinal sign comes in. We need to create 1, 4s, and 7s to start with. Very important we create 1, 4, and 7 for the understanding of the 7 months of the 31 days, of the 4 months of the 30 days, of the 1 month of Valentine's. Now, do I have my system perfect? Absolutely not. I don't. So yeah, we're number 22 for Babel. That's very interesting. And the E and the L present the same corridor. So what? Tell me what the Tower of Babel is. Wow. Tower of Babel. Very, 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 very interesting. When it comes out to number 81, that's interesting. Right? Now the question is, who is controlling the divided heavens? Is the 1-8 the part of you? Is the 2-8 the part of you? Is the 3-8 the part of you? Or is the 4-8 the part of you? Just to note that we run in an 84 disco cycle. 4 times 21, 3 by 28. That's our birth. So if you say 4-8, 1-8 is part of the sun cycle. The 1-9 and the 1-7 part of the moon and Mars cycle. We are part of that Mars cycle. We are the 6th birth. We are not the 8. The 8 is all the void that controls or is part of the 6. And that one will show up right over here. Here's the 6 and here's the 8. Everything around 1 becomes that 8. The control of this house, okay, if we were to go back to BABE, right, the basics of the basics or downhaul of creation and control would be A would be the singular moon or the singular sun, and B would be both moons of Mars, right? Double B with inside of it. You got 2 moons of Mars. You got all the moons in here, like the demon moons. The house is divided. The 2 houses have been divided. That's all I see. I also see the word label, if you want to use the word label, like we've all been marked. 9 times 9. The reason I said all this is because a tower equals to number 81. Venus equals to number 81. The cube equals to number 81. To connect our chakras together and to have the holy light, I would run the tower from my basin all the way to my skull, right? The heavens of 1. And that would be, I am the 9 birth. So 9 doesn't make you bigger. 9 makes you smaller. You are living within the 8 because the 8 is an 8-1-8-1-8-1-8-1 because it is the one area empty space that was inside that when you fulfill the empty space, you complete the one that fulfills the heaven. Or are you the heaven and with your breath you are fulfilled? Or are you the 9 birth breathing in the air and receiving from the moons, receiving your moon through the moon and receiving the sun and the breath, making your 9 equal into 5, bringing 1 and 2 together. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, 3 and 2 beta communication codes, bringing your head together, right? Remember, if we are going to go up, we're also going to go down into the system to live here. So we need the complete control center to get from out there into here. Remember, stripes and solids, right? Although the balls were more, there were still only 7 balls, right? Stripes and solid, there were 15 balls, and still in the 15 balls, 1 through 5, right? 1 through 5 equals to 15. What was that? So Tower, Babel of Tower, maybe I should look it up. Let me look it up. Is there a tarot card for that? What is the Babel of Tower? Tower of Babel. That's a crazy word, right? And also, not only that, but the B letter can be used as a multiplier. And you can multiply anything you want by 2. And that's when we got on Noah's Ark. Remember, from Moa to Noah. From Moses to knows us. From to know the word to the word being lost, to traveling over the ocean to bring the freedom over the water, to where they flooded everything, to forget, right? Or to bury. So how do you bury the past in the water when the water is memory? Never to forget. But yet the deserts were dry as Moses walked across them. So how should he remember? They brought the sheep to the water. Were they bringing the sheep to the water, or were they looking for information? The Tower of Babel, it never stops. How much should I be thinking? What's going on beyond? Where should my mind go to? What am I really allowed? Look at all these laws, rules, and regulations. Never mind, I'm living in a religion, in a sect, and they're all doing this and saying I shouldn't do that. Do this, don't do that. I don't know what to do in the land of Babel. That tower rises high and beyond. And no matter how much I turn around and twist and try to think what everybody says, I can't satisfy half of them, let alone all of them, and trying to actually satisfy myself in the land of Babel. Let me just in the land of Babel. Just taking a 1-minute break. So the land of Babel, right? Before I looked up where's the book? I was looking over Luke, the Pass, the Trinity, Uranus, Son of the Heaven. I was looking over that. I still didn't finish with number 91, and I'm going to get to that. So should I finish Babel or 91? Let me do 91. Sorry about that, Isaiah. And you know what? I never read the Bible, never read a book. I don't know anything. I'm a guy of a land of make believe. That if something is repeated enough, I'm going to try to inquire about its algorithm. So I don't stick my head onto anything. I let everybody else that knows everything else that got all the diplomas in the world. So at least there's somebody I can work off of because society has accepted that as a norm. So I go through all these norms, and one of the greatest norms, and I feel a little unhappy with myself because I never sat down or sat down and read any of the books. And my hat is off to my son and to some of my friends who sit down. They weigh 900 pounds. And they're fit, they get out, very important to do all the aspects, meditation of life, and to be able to grind it out and to know where to put your time and effort into this world. Although there's some of believe and make believe. There's the farmers out there who get enough exercise, although there's still some stretches they should be doing every day for their body to add that in to relieve their body, to understand their bodies. You have to have risk management within your own body, within your own soul, understanding your own breath. I wanted to get back to number 91 before we get on to the land of Babel. Yeah, so to make that long story short, I never read any books, but I did listen to people, and I love listening, but I can never remember more than like 2 seconds ago. Although I'll remember, like my son read me a book a year and a half ago, and I still remember, but I couldn't tell you a thing about it. Somebody was in a room, and I can just see the room all dark, and I can just imagine it. You know what I'm saying? So when I thought, oh, why do I have to read the Bible? But I don't have to read the Bible. The thing is, now that I I understand the dynamics of it, right? When somebody reads it, I go, oh my God, yes, they're making sense. They're absolutely making sense because of this and this word. Just like the word machine. In French, they say China, they say Shin. So when you say the word machine, it looks like M-A and then China, right? So when you use the word AM, we understand it as the morning. We also know AM, right, as A through M equals to 91. A through M equals to 91. The 13th card, the 13th letter is the king, equaling to the spirit coming into the birth. The king that comes into the birth. The reason why should we not divide the zodiac signs is because you are the breath that came to the life, that breath and life onto the dozen months of your birthday, of the zodiac signs, of the 13th moons, in honor and representation of bringing you, the spirit, upon the soul into the birth. The breath you take adds on the 13th. You are the air between, the cushion between everything.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I'm back. I had to go for a second.
Did you go for a 1 or a 2?
What's up?
It's always recognizable on this channel to know that when you leave, we always want to know if it was a 1 or a 2.
Oh, no, I didn't use the bathroom.
No, that's not what I said. We just want to know 1 or 2. Just choose a number, but it sounds like that because it's funny.
Two.
Okay, no, because it's funny,
Yeah.
What can we use 1 for? We can use 1 for water or ocean, or when to get a drink. We can do solid for number 2 for somebody was at the door, the telephone rang,
Get something to eat, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I don't know, just joking around like that. So you missed everything.
Yeah, I missed everything, but I have some stuff that I actually wanted to show you, and maybe you're familiar with it, because I'm looking for someone that's familiar with this. I've truly discovered something with language and definitions, and I think there is a level of objectivity behind the words. Okay?
Right, go ahead. So, let's see. What can I do here? How do I split, expand both? What does that do? I don't know how to do that. Hold on, I'm trying to expand you. Okay, can you show me?
Oh, I was just, it's just words. I have it
Oh,
on the,
just words. Oh,
yeah.
just words. Oh my God, just words. Oh my God. Did you find those? Did they have any letters in the words?
Um, well, yeah.
Oh my God. Hey, there's some random guy up here with letters and words. He in fact, he made the word from the letters. And I'm assuming, I'm magical. I know the word has more than 3 letters.
Well, there's a bunch of words here. But
The bunch, hold on. Is it an Easter basket? Do the Easter baskets, what comes in bunches? Oh, bananas. So things that come in bunches, does it mean it, like fruits, like they have their own, what's it called, right? But bananas is a bunch of bananas. So I like that. Hold on. Bunch and banana. Banana. And I have to understand 3 boys and 3 girls. Why? Because it was the Brady Bunch. And in the bunch, they had to have the mother, the father, right? They had to have the nanny, right? And so they were three boys, 3 girls, the father, and they had the ex-wife, and they had the ex-light. You know, I like to call man as the light, like the hue is the light, right? So I want to call the ex, I don't know, there's an ex-wife and an ex-light. I want to call the dark, for some reason, I'm going to call the dark the woman. I don't know why, but when you're in that dark ocean upon birth, right, you're not within the light. You're in the air of light, right? And I'm just saying this, it doesn't mean anything right now. And the reason I said for wife and for husband is why all of a sudden did they go from man, okay, to husband or hue band, like the light has enveloped you and has taken you away. Instead of you being the light, you are now of the light. Do you know what I'm saying? The energy is that full light. The energy became dark. It's inside of me. The only thing you see because of the light is me. If you turn everything off and take away all the light, would you see me? Oh, where did you go? Oh, that was really weird. I'm like going at it, and all of a sudden, boom, the person just disappears. Okay. Puff the magic drag. Poof. Okay, so poof. You know what I like? I like that I'm sitting in my chair and just breathing. Oh my God. The year of the snake. Year of the snake. The blood runs through the yellow soul, and then jaundice and whatever else comes in. So yeah, so we're back to the Brady Bunch, and the reason I said this is because while I was growing up, I know bananas come in bunches. I know they had 3 boys and 3 girls, and I know they were a separated couple. So when we're a separated couple, the remarrying of the mother and the father also leaves over the ex-husband, right, and the ex-wife. And when you write the word X, although X, right, is the 24th letter, it becomes the X, which is the EX, which is the first letter, and the 24th letter is reverse of the third letter, and it looks like that. 30 opposite X with E in between. The top part equals to the 29, right? That's where the birth comes in. Not only the birth, okay, when the X comes together, but that word is a new beginning. It's number 29. So it seems like things come together at 29 or come apart or their new beginnings. The number 29 is also part of what I call the IT system. The reason for this is many numbers stop on 29. For instance, and I already have this written out, but I'm going to write it again. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, okay, is 2 and 1. 2 times 1, 2 plus 1 is 3 and 2. 3 times 2, 3 plus 2 is 6 and 5, okay? 6 times 5, 6 plus 5 is 30 and 11 equaling to 41. 4 times 1 equals 4. 4 plus 1 equals 5. 5 times 4 equals 20. 5 plus 4 equals 9. The total is 29. IT 29. Now with this, right, when you get 29, NIT is after you get connected to the moon, because on the 28th day you had your period, but on the 29th day you reconnect to the next moon cycle. So you're chugging it along there. So either that, or when you get to the 29th day, the 29th day will actually be the first day of the birth cycle. So you count it as the first day or the last day, I don't know, but it's the beginning of the cycle. If you don't have your period by day 28, day 29 starts your first moon cycle into the pregnancy, although it started somewhere in here. Here's your hardcore knowledge, right? So here's the magical 29, 5 and 4, female anatomy and the sun, also to the word fox. Also to the word fox. We're only 2 people here, right? We're only 2 people here. Well, it shows we're 2. We're actually 1. Maybe we're none. I don't know. Cynthia. So, yeah, so get back to it is what happens on the 91st day. I'm just going to finish off with my explanation. That on the 92nd day in the leap year is the year that you're having the child, 29 to 92 of February. The first 91 days of the year, where after 91, you're able to create your 13. What does that mean? When you add up 1 through 13, it equals to 91. The 91st day is April 1st. It's 4-1. 1 and 4, I've noted, is ABCD. That equals to 10. That's a 10-4 communication. It totals 10, 4 letters, 2.5 Earth. Make everything bigger and smaller and equal to what it is. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 is 7, and 10 is 7 and 1. Your 7th gate. Once you have your 7th gate, you're automatically born into the heavens birth, right? The 7th gate, the hole in the donut, takes up an area space, right? What is the area space the hole in the donut takes up? I'm going to have to make that donut. 91, 7 by 13, the Mayans work this way. Under the first breath of the communication on the year of birth, from the 29th day to the 92nd day, from the 29th day in, okay, you were in the building mode. You were in the building mode. It took 63 days to get there. I'm not sure where it is, but something happened 63 days after the 29th day into the pregnancy. Something happened on that 63 day in, which was the 92nd day. I know I finished off 1 through 13 to 91 days. Which now become the 31st day of March, 313, which the cycles we run of 133, 135, 131313 or 5757575. Electric company connected up to the moon. We take the first breath and into the soul on this 92nd day. When we complete 13 cards in the deck of cards, we complete 3 by 13 cards is 39 cards. 10 angels come out in the 39th week. In the 39th week, okay, over here, 63 and 210. 210 and 63. And like I said, creation is 3/6 over to the cube. The 273rd day is the 29th of September, 929 to 29 to 29 in the leap year. Instead of being September 30th, 9 and 3, bringing in the angels. In the leap year, the 273rd day is 92929. It used to be on the 30th, making the day of the coming on October 3rd. Now, since everything is moved up one day and forward one day or backwards one day, if it happens in this year, it's the 277th day and the 278th day. The 277th day is the complete opposite of the 977th day, or 977, which is the pig. That means the complete opposite of what is the pig is the 277th day, and that is October 4th. 1 and 4. October 4th is like April 4th, 277th day, day of communication between the two gateways. I was born on that day. 1963 as well. 84 is when George Orwell said something. 2005 is when I had the awakening. (1984), 1963, 2005. Well, guess what? It's 2025. So next year is my next gateway. In my 226th year, that'll be my, how many cycles from here to here is 1 cycle to 2 cycles to 3 cycles? Yes, I'll be 63. I was born in 1963, and next year I'll be 63, and I'll be 63 is it a goat year next year? It's a goat year on the basis of the last 2 numbers. It's a 10 year, which makes it a rooster year as the 10th year, 6, 2, and 2. It makes it in 2026. Next year is a horse year, right? So all these elements fill their patterns. What it means is when I have 4 numbers, I'll use this first or this first. I'll use the year I'm in. I can also use the year I'm in, go back to and forward to. I can go both ways around, right? We have to square it off. So we see how the Mayan calendar, right, will squirm its way in to explain the pregnancy exactly to the date and time. That's how the Mayans work. And 20, right, in French is mentioned as communication, 80. 4 times 24 plus 20 equals 80 plus 24. I am doing well, Edwin. It's been a long time. If you want me to be totally honest in every single aspect of my life, I'm only missing Area 51. And once I get a little bit of Area 51, I'll be breathing a lot better. So what's funny about that word is the word also says area, right? And area sounds like air. And it seems like for some reason, some people says, well, I need air in the room. Other people are how can I say it? Some way to get out, some way to manipulate a little bit more. Sometimes air in this instance is going to just refer to, I'd like to pick up my computer already. That's the air. I would like to get that out of my head. But I think we have to just live through all these stupidities right now. We have things that are more important, right? Like what would happen tomorrow if for some reason something seems to backfire, all right? Like something has to go backwards. Something has to definitely go backwards. Like how is the system thinking right now? Tomorrow, something drastic happens. The same thing happens to everybody tomorrow. Let's say the stock market just drops to nothing, right? What should the reaction be? Just for having the thought let's have this thought. How much am I going to make in the stock market in the next 2 years? Would you be happy with 20%? You know what the comeback will be? I'll be happy with 8%. You'll be happy with 8%? Now I want you to weigh these odds out. The market, since the last time it went down, is up over 300%. You're only looking for 8%. When it goes down, it usually goes down somewhat of 30%. Are you going to risk 30% over 8% for 1 year to stay silent or 2 years to stay silent and just curb it a little bit? Take a look around you. What's going on? Maybe somebody needs a bag of salt out there. Maybe somebody needs, and be extra freaking nice, to the right people, right? Just be extra nice to the right people. And don't take the easy way out. There's no signing checks over here. It's walking with a bag of food down the street and giving it to somebody that's hungry no matter how drunk they are. But in the same time, maybe sitting down and saying, and being able to coherently talk to them to win them over and saying, you know what, I can see the system. I understand. Okay, somehow I understand how you got to be here, or I want to know how you got to be here. I want to learn it. I need to know how you got down here. I know you were once 10 years old. I had a boy just like you or a girl just like you, but now today you're down here and you're not enjoying yourself, but you know what? You made the best of it because you did, you could, because you know the system. You're tired of it. We're all getting tired of it. Getting tired. Now, can I just not think about it and just, oh, none of my business, none of my business. And I'm not sure if anybody has noticed this, right? I just don't know. I mean, it's in the markets all the time, what's going on, right? I mean, it's just, you can't deny what's going on. You cannot deny, right? You cannot deny what happened 40 years ago. You cannot deny what is on you cannot deny that Fred Flintstone, right, and Wilma and everybody like that. I mean, if I want to watch something, you watch these shows and see what they say. I mean, you can't deny what they were serving us as kids watching Fred Flintstone, Bugs Bunny, right? It's all happening right in front of those eyes, those same actions, right? Whoa, camel. I said whoa. When I say whoa, I mean whoa. What do you think they're saying? The camel has one lump or two. The lump, the mind, the moons. The camel, the lumps are the water. The lumps are the water, the sugar in your coffee. The lumps are the water is memory. So the camel was carrying memory. Breast milk carries memory. Store milk does not. Breast milk does. Everything you knew and thought of that day, it carries the memory. What are you doing? It's so simple to see. Don't you know? For every child that's born, right? It's the concept and it's the pattern only. Okay, only. Okay, only. After the 91st day, that is, because before that, right, it's the egg itself. It has nothing to do with you in the first 91 days other than what you eat and what you think, right, on the building process. Okay, but it hasn't come into the electrical soul. It hasn't, the soul of the mother hasn't, I didn't say that properly, but the soul inside this machine has not entered yet. And the male only connects that way, right? Only through the magnet, right? That glue, that pearl, right? That's the end result of that pearl. 71 and 19, the completion of the chakra. It's almost like the entire backbone, all the way up into the skull is the sperm just getting longer all the way from the bottom, working itself all the way up here, and then dropping its little wingy all the way down into the gorgle over here and becoming where is that pineal gland? You know, did it like fling itself up? You know, like this is what I see. I see an empty space down here, and I see like this pine cone, but there's nothing in the pine cone. And I start to go into the pine cone, and then when I try to get out, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh my God. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in the pine cone. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm a baby. I'm 1 year old. I got stuck in a pine cone. Hello. Look at me. Ah, I'm a baby. I got stuck in a pine cone. Daddy, did you put a base on balls or what? Stuck in a pine cone. I became that pineal gland, the one that went into the pine cone, became inside the flower of life from the womb of the mother to breathe inside the mother's house the breath of the father, the communication amongst the air and the water, the third and the fourth element, the same corridor between the air and the water. Okay, is it within the air and the water that causes the fire, creating the winds? The earth is the solid, the support. Smart water, art with memory. So, like I'm listening to the guy, you know, again, the alchemist guy there, and I'm listening to him, and I'm listening to him. I go, so tell me something. Well, this astrologer, they know nothing, and that astrologer, they know nothing. Well, tell me something. And then somebody's in there cheering him on and cheering him on. But I look, he's got like 150,000 people following him. But you know what? I don't like GG33 does the same thing. Why do people put people down? And I'm saying to myself, why do they do that? Okay. Is it because they want to keep the hardcores to stick around because it's not his true channel and they want to come and challenge him so they can prove it? So they must come in with bare facts. Now, what does it mean with bare facts, right? Bare facts, because what I know about bare facts is with bare facts, a bear always sleeps one season away. So is it because bare facts only show up by threes? Meaning when the bear is sleeping, that it's in the Trinity house, there is no four with the three. So the bear never, ever sleeps, okay, in the third house. And it's the three little bears. So, and they went into one house. It was all bears in one house. And I think, who was in the house eating what bowl of cereal? I'm trying to think what they're telling us because I know it relates back to the Bible. Everything will relate back to the Bible. Yes, backwards 9 months. Right. So my birthday, okay, of my conception is between December 31st and January 1st. That's me. I'm that baby. But if you want to choose the 280th day of the year, right? If you want to choose the true 280th day of the year, you will have to go to October 7th. October 6th, October 7th. And that's funny because that's where Libra splits between October 6th and October 7th. 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm inside that God realm. So the 280th day. So now if you started the night before, would that be your first day? Would that be your second day? Would your birth count at all until you count 3 days? What does a completion of birth means? Is it because you were born into this world? It's a complete birth? No, it can't be. According to numbers, you must pass at least 3 days to run to the corridor of the fourth day, because only in the fourth day will you have completed your first cycle on the coming. Since we cannot count the day of the birth. We need the first 24 hours, not counting the first part of the day you were born, right? But that's why we also attract, okay, to the time and minutes when you are born. Everything moves in 10 parts of 6 to the 60 minutes. Everything moves in 3 parts of 20 to the 60 minutes. Everything moves in 5 parts of 12. That's where the memory comes in. 5 parts of 12, 5, 1, 2. Earth and Mars come together. The electronics come together within the soul, born into the soul. We all know it's true. You cannot deny it. So let me get back to this one more thing I didn't work on yet. So we have 20 here. It's 13 by 7. So we can see that the 20, the French say it's 4 areas of 20. It's 4 areas of 20. The thing is that when I take this and I place it like this, okay, remove the 1. One side is plugged in. We're playing with the 6 up, the 14 around, and the 1 and 8 are down. The tower is down. When the tower is down, guess what? You're plugged in. You are freaking plugged in. You have 20 and the 1 tower plugged in. Did you ignite all your chakras? How can you flip this open and ignite your chakras? Right? 1 through 7, connect the basin waters to the sky, right? Connect the water to the sky, right? Something to do with your body. Remember that. The what, right? The water in the sky. So what we did over here, what I didn't do yet, right? We all know what this is. Again, what is this? When things get divided in the zodiac between cardinal, mutable, and fixed, we're looking at this alphabet. This is the alphabet. When you're looking at the cardinal alphabet, this is the alphabet you're going to drum up. When you're looking at the mutable alphabet, this is what you're going to drum up. Where 9, okay, the letter I, okay, was only participating as 2 numbers. Number 9, I and R, in this group is participating in the mutable group. Your birth is participating Sagittarius with Pisces. That when you come into this life, you're going to take right over here Capricorn. You're going to join Capricorn Cardinal with mutable for life. Sagittarius will lock up Cardinal for life. And when it does that, okay, it will lock up with it Aries. It will lock up Cancer. It will lock up Gemini. And it will lock up to Taurus, Venus. And when it locks that up, it has 1 fixed, 1 mutable, and 2 cardinals. Right? If you want to put Mars together in a basic of system, what you're going to do is you're going to use the cardinal of 7 and 10 to come together in order to create your Mars. Otherwise, your Mars is going to be part of the Jupiter and the Aries sign coming together, holding your vibration. I like to look at it as the 2 cardinal signs. 3 times anything, I need to move everything up. Every one of these has a different level of its own house. The next level of 1, does anybody know the next level of 1? Right? The next level of 1, is it not over here? And that would be 10. And the next level would be 13, right? But I don't even go to 10. The next level of 1 is 10. The next level of that is 19. We don't have a 19, right? So you know what we can do? Let me see if I have this here. Look at that. See number 1? 37 is number 1. 73 is number 1. So where's number 19? Look at that. Y is 19 as a 1 with number 7. Why is that happening? Okay, 1 should look like this. That's what 1 should look like. Now let's find number 1 scattered through the 13 zodiac signs. You can see 12 over there. Sorry, through the 12 zodiac signs. See, there is no number one. How come there's a number one with the 7? Right? Look at number 7. 7, 10. What 3 and 1 is 4. 7, 1. 7 and 1 come to be the same thing. What happens is we shift from the 7th day of the week, which is now the 13th. We're moving by 12s. This is what happens when we get to the 7th gate, moving by 12. I enter into the first sphere. Over here, number 1, which does not show up over here. Although 7 and 310 show up. 9 and 110 show up over here when it comes to 109. But not at this one here. See 3 and 1, 3 and 1. So different numbers, 7, 4s, and 1s shows up between them. How 7 and 1 are sewed together. If I wanted to show, I think it was 5 and, 1. I think 2 and 8, are they shown up together also? I'm just trying to see. That is 19. So where would number 20 be? Where would number 20 be? Just give me a second. Oh, in number 8 is 20. 852, 852, 852, 852. 369, 369. 471 again. 471. 3, 2, 1. 147. So you can see there's different mixtures. How many times is this happening? So when we're looking at our 12 zodiac signs, are we noticing that the first zodiac sign, when it's running through the years, okay, it's never hitting. The only time it hits to its own number, Aries, it hits it over here. Okay, it only happens into the second cycle of Libra does it hit. So is this Alchemist? Now, not only this is the runnings of 4. I usually run only 3s. What does that mean? I'll usually put 3 in a row. Like this will be the third one. This will be the third one. This will be the third one. What does that show me? It shows me that this one over here ended. Then you go 1, 2, 3 is the 6th. 1, 2, 3 is the 9. 1, 2, 3 is the 12. 1, 2, 3 is the 15. Right? I need 16 here for a basket cycle. 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, a basket cycle of 16, right? The whole thing together, right? 16 areas. The 17th one is we stop on, right? The 17th one over here will be 193, is going to be 5. 193, 1, 9 is 10, and 3 is 13, right over there. So this is where we started everything over. It'll start over here. So anyways, I stopped on 16. It's actuality, I should always be going to 20 or 21, right? Because the cube is 21. Then I can continue on from there. But I stop at 16. 16 is in the realm of the teacher, which means T, and H says teach, right? Let me see if we have this. T. Let me see if I did this right. Right, or if you want to just go T20 or 5 times 4, right? And then what you have is you have 2 times 4, right? Now you're going to ask what that says. I'm going to tell you exactly what that says. In fact, I just want to make it like, maybe I'll make it... Oh, that's not strong. I can't see it. Oh, whatever it is. It just says 5 times 4 is 20 for T. H is 8. 4 times 2 is 8. Right? That's a gateway. And the gateway on the second level is 5 and 4. It's the female and it's the sun. H and I fit together in the same word, same design. T is when you pass through the ocean, okay, 4 times, right? Or Abraham, the fourth one, for 44, Abraham passing the constellations, the energy, the constellations, connecting the skies, the oceans, the moon, the sun, etc. It's 5 and 4. 4 by 5 is 20. 4 times 500 is the year 2000. 5 times 400, right, is 2000 as well. It's a passage, it's female. The female anatomy is 54, the male is 63. It's the only number between the male and the female that double up, okay? Every other number doesn't double up. 3, 4, 5, 6, male and female double up. We have the 20, the energy of the ocean, right? 20 is broken down into 4 worlds of 20, equaling to what is 8 by 10. 80 is the Bronze Age. It's the third world. It's everything to do at 8. It's everything to do at 2, 5, and 8. 2, 5, and 8, connecting directly to the cycle of the moons and the movement of the oceans. So you can see easily, okay, that 147 and 147, okay, and 147 and 147, that when you go ahead, I mean, if we're talking about alchemy astrology, right? Well, here, 1, 4, and 7, and this is how it's working in the alphabet. Except instead of starting here in the next movement, you're starting here, here, and then here. Only when you get to your 13th one in the cardinal signs, you start over. How many years must you go? Here's 1 year. Here's 2 years. Here's 3 years. In the 4th year, you come back to your direct cardinal sign. Call it the leap year to throw your cycle off one more time. You remember I spoke yesterday? 1 over to 5 is 4, 2 over to 5 is 3, 3 over to 5 is 2, 6 over to 5 is 1, 1 over to 4 is 1, 5 over to 7 is 2, 5 over to 8 is 3, 5 over to 9 is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. In this one here, it's 4 over to 5 is 1, 6 over to 5 is 1. 8 over to 5 is 3, 2 over to 5 is 3. 3 over to 5 is 2, 7 over to 5 is 2. 1 over to 5 is 4, 9 over to 5 is 4. But they changed it all because going straight up, it becomes, look, it becomes 5, 1. It becomes 4, 4. It becomes 1, 5. Sorry, it becomes 4. No, it becomes 1, 5. Yes, 1, 5. 5, 1. So these two sides became identical. 1, 5, 5, 1. Alternating vibrations. These two will create 4, 8, 9. 4, 8, 9. This will create 3, 9, 6. And this creates 4, 8, 9. It alters everything. 489. What's that number? 489 divided by 3 equals to 163. Because usually all numbers can be divided by 3 on the first try, usually. So I didn't finish with this. So the crisscrossing of this is showing you the 13 and 7. So it's showing you the complete alphabet. It's showing you the alphabet. The 260. So we all know the 260 is the second half of the alphabet. We all know that 3 suits, whichever way you want to play it in the deck of cards. I'm going to do it this way. 91 per suit. And then we have 91 reflection when you turn the card upside down. Right. Now you have 3 times 91 equals 273. And then you have 1 by 182 equals to 182. Plus 3 7 plus this equals to 455. And this is the diamond card. The diamond suit, and I know you're good with this, Cynthia. So the diamond suit, if you're still here, right? So the diamond suit has a value of 2 because you can turn it upside down. We spoke that the Jack, right, was in Aquarius, right? There is no king. The queen, right, is in Pisces. That is the 12 and the 11. Without the queen, there is no jack, according to this. According to this also, if we had to use the 1 and 2, it'd be 2 cubes and 2 cubes. Each number would be a cube in its own, I'm assuming. Especially if they're duplicate numbers, you need a cube of your own. The other thing about this is the king. I would have to make the king the orphan. Okay, and it becomes the 13th moon. The 13th moon is the beginning of the word teen. Right? Now, how do you create the teen? Is it the 9 birth plus the 4? Is it the 8 plus the 5? Is it the 7 plus the 6? They're all part of the understanding of what the 13th is. And since it is the 13th, then all of what I just spoke will regard to the 13 and the 7 parts of the numerics of the Mayan cycling system, which is, I don't know if the Mayans did this or what, but the division of whoever did this, right, is 999,000, right, divided by 7. And then 999,000 divided by 13, and it shows these numbers. Now, one thing I did not do, right, one thing I didn't do is 999,000. Hold on a second. You know, this is an inverted way of marking Egypt. Yeah, Egypt begins and ends with a 5 and a 2, all 7s in between. Like there's a triple gateway within inside of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Might be in the word. I don't know what it is, the sanctity of the word. We were talking about the, wow, I just completely lost myself. Wow, I just completely, I don't know what it is. I just had a flash and then it disappeared. So let me hold the camera here. The minute I picked up the camera to show you, I should have wrote it out first. The 999,000. Okay, the 999,000. Okay, divided by what? Divided by 1, 2, 3. What can I divide the 900? The only number, the highest number I can go, okay, over 6. See this number? See this number? This number rotates. Okay, this number rotates. Dividing it by 7 gives me this rotation. The division of 7 is the number used for the division of pi. Right? So at the beginning, they're already showing you the moon cycle, the cycle of the moon, the numeric value over here between 1 and 7 within the gateway of 17, right, of the sun and cycle of the moon. That's why I read it. And it continues. The same thing continues on and on. And I'm still trying to look into my head what I was looking at. The 12 and the 13, the 12 and the 13. How does the 7 get into the 13? Yeah, the 7 doesn't match up with the 13 until that 91st day. That's the other thing. You don't match up with the 7 until that 91st day. Okay, you get 12 times 7 is 84, right? That's the day of arrival, but you have not completed the last week. So it's 84. You see, the third moon ends on the 84th day. The spirit enters 7 days later, okay, 8 days later on the 92nd day. And this is part of the number 92, communication. Now, like I said at the beginning, there's a 63-day interval of something between the 29th day and the 92nd day. This is all about number 29. And then on the 9th month, September 29th, which is the 273rd day, but it's the 9th month of the 29th day, which is 3 times 91 for 293, equaling to all the decks of cards, right? And I can take the deck of cards, right, and take the ace, what is first, and make it last, right? And if I did that and only valued it as 1, that would be number 92. That would be funny if I took the ace first, made it last, it would be 92, right? No, if I took the ace from first to last, it would reduce 91 into 90, but it would make the card move up, and the ace would then be the 13th card back to 91. No, if I remove the ace and started at 2 all the way to king 13, the ace would be the 14th card, and it would be 104. And that'd be communication. 2 through ace equals to communication. So father, ABBA, or Babel, might be part of what communication is. And L, communication, is supposed to be part of the animal soul within the world. If it was AL, right, it's one thing, but this is EL, right? Instead of being split in the alchemy between both worlds, this is within your own personal world. Yeah, so that's what it is for the leap year. That's what it is in Monopoly for the electric company. That electric company, Waterworks, comes together through the pregnancy, through the incoming, through the connection between the sun and the moon. And again, we spoke about the head, and the head is number 18. And the thing about the head is it's 4 letters, right? And the average of those 4 letters is 4 times 5 minus 2, or 4 times 4 plus 2, and I'm using the 4 number for the 4 letters in the word, and I'm trying to get as close to 18. So in both circumstances, they're not counting the number 2, and I say with the head, they're not counting the 2 moons of Mars, unlike arriving at 17 and not counting the 1 moon at Earth, right? 18 is that number the head reaches the sun. We had the soul train, we had the sunshine, we had the yellow. Inside in the game of pool, they show us that the soul meets by the sun. They say the soul meets by the sun and the moon. Sorry, the split of the alphabet between 3 and 4, right? Between 3, 4, and 5, actually. Mutable signs, we spoke about that. There was a few things. I didn't go over the rotation of numbers. I'm going to do that now. 7 plus 7 is 14. 1 and 4 is 5. 5 and 5 is 10. We have a breath that comes over here. 6, 6, 6, we get a breath. 3, 3, 3, it's electric. Here we get a breath. 6, 6, 6. Here we get 3, 3, 3. We get electric. Here it's day and night, running in thirds. Here, between here and here, it's 6, 6, 6. We get a breath between this one over here. We get a gateway over here. Again, the energy gateway over here. See the way 8 and 7 is here, 7 and 5 is here. But when you end 7 and 8 here, 7 and 8 here, 7 and 8 here, 1 and 5 here, 1 and 5 here. So they're all going to reflect because that's how the binary works. Everything starts over at 7. But everything, no, you must start over with a minimum and leave. The reason for this is because this is the first time you went from here and here. It's sort of like the seventh day is a half area space into the seventh day. It's like you're moving 6.5 because you had to come from somewhere before. So this is how I interpret the seventh day. And in a lot of things that I do, I keep seeing everything starting in the middle of everything. Like even the protractor is at the heart of the center of that area space. There's two things about this is just terrible. I'm going to have to do it in the back screen here. And after this, we're going to take like a 2, 3, 4, 5 minute break. So we see that square over here, do we not? And we see a circle over here. I'll put that circle over there. That's good, right? So far, so good. What's the trick? The trick is, here is the trick. And here is the trick. Let's begin. Before I forget. When I take my protractor and I go around this dot, right? When I take this protractor and I go around this dot, I get that circle, right? I get the bigger circle, right? I get the bigger circle, correct? Now, what happens, okay, if I went ahead and I copied that circle like that, right, like that, see that, right? And I took it and I put it over here. And then I went ahead and put it over here. And then I went ahead and put it over here. And then I went ahead and put it over here. Now, how did I do that? Now, where does this circle belong? Well, that circle's over here. No, it's over here. No, it's over here. No, it's over here. That's the difference. Okay, that's the difference. By going ahead and putting one dot here, putting my protractor, and going all the way around like that, or using an area here. The difference between these two is this one begins off with the dot, which can easily be looking like this and easily divided in all fairness like this, as this 22 divided by 7 protractor dot. Correct? All the same thing. These are the corners, right? This is the area. This space had 4 corners. It had 4 of these, but this one got entrapped. When you created all these corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, you now entrap other area space. Now you can create doors and enclose this area space, if you like. So when you do that, you have these dots, and on these dots, you create perfect circles from those dots. Now what you do is you go in from this, and you go ahead and you do, let's say that, and you go ahead and you do that. So if you're creating flowers, right? If you want to create a flower, now you can go ahead and take this one and put it where X marks the spot. So now this one, right? See, it's not there, right? You see this open space here and this open space here. You see that what it's doing? Now we take this one, right? And we put see that dot in the center, right? And we put that one right there. And then that completes everything. That's what I like to call the Father. So what do you think, Cynthia? So I was thinking of something. I was thinking of the Zodiac and the land of Babel, and then I thought of Cynthia.
I was going to say, this is my first photo right here. Screen, I'm going to take a screenshot. It's me.
I just want to ask you, are you 18 and over?
Physically or mentally? I still am a child at heart.
Wow. You know what? When we went to school, did our teachers ever teach us to ask to be like? That's a very good question. First of all, I want to know if you like this.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was wonderful watching you draw this out.
Yes. So I mean, I don't know how many people do this, know this, who understand it. That this is where it comes into understanding. This is what I call the donut. Okay. This one over here, that's the pancake.
Yeah, see, and you're looking at a 2D perspective of, to me, an overhead view of a tourist field.
Oh yeah.
It's like I'm looking down at a portal and I'm at the center. It's amazing.
What colors do you think will flux inside of this?
Oh, I'm seeing like green and purple, some red.
You know, see right. You put on eyes. You come back and see again next time. You not good. You don't talk right. I think we should all take advantage of knowing that everybody else has a different accent. It's so beautiful. You know, see good. So do you know what I like about this next move I'm going to make? Is this. Since I can create these 4 lines, right? I can automatically create. Oh no, it's here. I wanted to create here.
There's a bow tie at the center. How amazing. Just put a bow on it, the present.
Hey, who tell you you can look? You know good.
Yeah.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. You know see. Please. No look. You go to corner. Watch out. You need all kinds of paper to talk. I can't believe I can't get this thing done. Oh, I'm so day. I'm so
you need to zoom in some.
No, I need to just use the easy square. Okay, so now I can do that. Now
Someone said something about a pearl. I see a pearl at the center of this, yes. In your comments.
Somebody said something about Pearl. Where is she? Where is she? There she comes. There you go. Put the
how
gold.
pretty.
Should I put double yellow on this? Or should I like interlock and put a green on the outside?
Wow. I'm just seeing like two fish coming together.
No, keep them fish apart. They're not allowed. No permit for fish. Take them away. Watch out. Too many fish. No permit. No fishing license. Please. Please. Ladies. Ladies. No fishing license. So what can we do next? So we should just keep it like, do you think I should put any like red inside of this?
Yeah.
You think so? I don't know what I would put in there. No, this is not going to be good. I'm going to do it. It's not going to be good.
I was fixing to say purple.
No, purple, no good. No good. You bad. You bad. Don't do no good thing. Bad choice. No cat. Cat. No cat. No. So, does that work out?
Oh yeah, that looks
You
great.
think I should have switched yellow with red? Like this side here, and then
Reminds me of a kaleidoscope. How you've been mirroring things with your photos.
wow, it's not letting me do it.
Yeah, like a mirror. I have some art similar to this. Oh, it's so pretty.
No wonder it won't let me do it. I'm trying to turn it the same color. Yeah, so I did that to it now. Right, so now I really don't like the inside color too much. Right, that green is like a Oh, wait a second. It's just really an because you can't see it properly.
I'm really digging that paint can there.
Help! Help! Don't change my colors. Help! Don't change my colors. I don't know if I can do this. Should I leave the box like that, or should I? That doesn't look too good. What if I? Oh God, what happened? No, I don't like that. Okay, maybe I'll just leave it like that or something. I might have hit the wrong chord. So what if I went ahead now, right? And oh no, I got to box this in. What am I doing? I didn't box this in. It's very, very rare I do an outside box. What if I did one of these? Can I do that? Has anybody ever done this box? Or it's done like this? Have you ever done a box like that?
Oh yeah.
So you know what I
reminds
just,
me of a letter.
so I just boxed it in, right? And what I did is I left the diamond straight up, but now, and I know I might ruin it. So hold on a second. I want to do this, and then I want to copy it and move it over for a minute before I ruin it. Well, I just want to, maybe I can put it here and, okay, put it here. Here, okay. Okay. I'm back here. What happened? Wait a second. What happened to, whoa, everybody, watch out. They're coming. Okay, so something's missing here, and that was the diamond, and the diamond came like this. And I know I shouldn't ruin this shape. And it came like this, and it touched the floor, right? Whoa, I almost just spilt my coffee. So I can do that in blue, right? And I can do the same thing down here. So we would have, see the two dynamics of what they're doing?
Wow.
Now my question is, can we make it look like anything? You know what I'm saying? I know eventually if we put a strings down it, we can make it look like a guitar, right? Should I be going up like this? Should I be going out like this and following the same? I'm just thinking what we can be doing with this. I know I'm not very interesting this afternoon, but there's also this, right? And did you notice I created the fox within that?
Oh, that is so cute. Yes, I like that.
You like my fox?
Now, see, I've been drawing the fox as the alpha. He's a connect with Taurus.
But look at his angle. It's a double pyramid, crisscross with the
Yes.
elements. You see where the eyes are crossed? There's a
Yeah, and it looks like
here.
angelfish.
Oh, the two fish here? Yes.
Yes.
Kissing, the two fish kissing.
Oh, so cute.
Right. And then the pyramid up here and the pyramid down here upside down. So if people say Earth is round, Earth is flat, they can do whatever they want with us, you know. So and every platform is flat, just to let you know. So here's the campsite up here, campsite down here. This piece, right, comes in here. They still cross over each other, right? See the way this crosses over? Now, I don't know if it's power lines. I don't know if it's the ocean. I don't know what it is. I just know the only way to design this is because it was the letter H. And what happened over here is there's a heart line in between it. So I create the letter Z. So I take the letter Z, I go from here, I cross all the way over Z. Then I take and make a mini Z and make a mini Z. And I didn't want, and then I crisscross, I made the Z this way, and then I made the N, and then I made the N, and then I went backwards with the N. So I went Z, Z, N, N, H, I to create this. So it
Yes.
equals to Nibiru, Great Britain. Great Britain, okay, is the holder of the joystick. All the fives, joystick is holding holding the joystick, but not holding the letter T. That's the only problem with them. You know why I say that? J, okay, is the 10th letter. O is the 15th letter. Y is the 25th letter. So is it mean in the 25th letter they're holding the 20th and the 5th? I don't know, but they're holding the Y, right? But they're holding the Trinity within their joystick. It also means Queen and PCU. The PCU, when you look into the 512 gigabytes, you can also look at this as Bill Gates. 51 is that area they're controlling for Great Britain. 25 for Earth, 51 for Mars, right? They're controlling the 11th gate, or let's call it the 7th gate, whichever one you want to choose. So I was just fooling around with that. I'm not going to
Yeah,
get
I
to
like
that.
it. I like that. It reminds me of the above and the below, a portal, prism, a prism.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, there's the prism right in there. Oh, wait a
Yes.
second. I think there's more of a prism in this one. You're right.
Yeah, and I picture it spinning.
Yes, me too. Me too. Me too. There's even, I don't know what this was. See the X that's between the two? Right? All that is two squares. And then they're multi-dimensional, right? The X and then the band, right? Look, they have the same thing here. 2 and 8 is 10, and then they have 2 over the 9 is 11. So this might be showing you, okay, 10, 11. I'm sorry, 10, 9. See the way it spins back this way here? So this is showing you 10, 9. This might be an expression of Capricorn Sagittarius. Do you see why? 2 and 8, straight line. 1 and 8, sorry, 1. Sorry, I can't figure out how this one goes over to this side. This one goes over to that side. It's not a 45-degree angle, is it? Yeah, it is a 45-degree angle. So it is 1 through 9. Oh, and it is 2 through 8. Okay, that's 20. Okay, I have to understand that a little bit deeper for myself. But anyways, I think we're going to end it right now and go on a lunch break where we're going to break out all the snacks, the Scooby snacks. Me and the cat, we're going to share today.
Scuba snacks.
Well, the cat's
Scuba Steve?
sleeping. The cat's sleeping. I can go sneak a few out of her bowl. Oh, my head is burnt. Wow. I burnt a piece of skin on my head.
Was that from the dice?
Yeah,
What did you do? You glued those to your head?
one of them.
Oh gosh.
Wow, I can't believe it. Well, the other one, I waited till it cooled off and then pressed it on.
Was
But,
you specific with the numbers that you put there?
yes.
Yeah, because I noticed it wasn't snake eyes, and I was like, man, he doesn't have 4 eyes today, so.
No, it was 65.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, it was 95, 65. I couldn't make any other number out of it. Anyways, I think I'm going to be getting off. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. So speak to you later.
Thanks for inviting me up.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
Alchemy, yeah, alchemy. Throw me any bone about alchemy, and not now, but throw me any bone about alchemy, zodiac, anything, because I just don't know what they're doing. But not now. Too tired.
Okay.
Break.